I just pressed the live button just in case that matters.
So did
if
I.
Someone's not. So.
Butts.
There you go.
Gross.
So you're saying we should start singing copyrighted music?
Absolutely.
As long as it's bad enough, it shouldn't matter.
Yeah, we're not talented.
Oh,
Oh, look who it is.
I just needed to turn hardware acceleration back on.
Ah. Bridget, I'm hiding all of these.
Oh, my D100.
Yeah. It literally doesn't matter for anybody except us.
Doom.
Apparently, I
I'm
uninstalled
alive.
OBS. Alive! Awake.
Awake.
Awake and
Welcome.
alive. The Skillet song.
Skillet.
I love Skillet, man. Saw them in concert a bunch of times. They put on a really rad show.
Remind me of their most popular song.
Monster, I think, is one of the most popular ones.
No clue.
You would know them if you listen to
I'm
their
looking
music.
it up. If I listen to music.
Yeah, if you listen to music.
It's kind of pretentious, Apollos, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, let's
I
be
just
honest.
woke up, but I'm pretty sure that sounds pretentious.
I'm allowed to be. I'm the DM, right? Isn't that how it goes?
Okay, Monsters are
Just
great.
admit it, that's all.
It is. A lot of them are really good. Awake and Alive is my other favorite one from them. Anyway,
Whoa, that sounds like my song. Awake and
that's
Alive.
literally why I brought it
That's
up.
how this
That's literally my song.
One of my friends was running merch for one of the opening.
Oh,
What's
he
that?
sounds robot.
TC, you're cutting out
I
like a
can't
lot.
understand. Oh, I'm turning mage armor into rage armor. Thank you.
That's just a barbarian's rage.
Right. Now Tink is a barbarian, artificer, wizard.
Rage armor. What's the way to like?
A very mad one at that, right?
Screaming at everyone.
Because Tinka
He's
also
causing
wears
screaming.
armor now, which basically is just now a screaming set of armor that you're wearing. So I would give you.
I think rage armor is essentially just mage armor, except for the only what it's doing is it's just making you so mad.
Just constantly pissed. It
that
gives you.
It's making it harder for other people to
to
hit
hit you. Yeah.
Witch
Just
bolt into
screaming.
bitch bolt, and it just nags
I
you.
really need this armor to be cursed to have like a magical yell enchantment to it though as well, right? It's just constantly like
Yeah, you guys can record your best yells and send them in. Also, if anybody is viewing this outside of the party, just DM some yells to Apollos, and then we'll just put them in the campaign.
Absolutely don't tell him why though. If he forgets why, that's on him.
That's just-
DM random screaming.
Yeah, just
I mean, I
randomly
got some
get.
fucking.
Twitter
I have some
messages.
Elden Ring clips with screams for you, my friend. Oh,
Rage armor. Love it.
Rage armor.
Well, welcome everybody. We'll go ahead and kick off to session 29 of Kyrios. We're got a lot to get through. A couple things happened last session that were eye-opening, we'll say, for some characters. So, last time, with some mostly careful navigating by Captain Tide, aided by a bit of his water-manipulating magic, the Gilded Pride was able to traverse the dangerous inlet into the Stormwatch Gulf. Sailing over the hulls of crashed ships and through the narrow spaces between rocks, the ship made its way mostly safely to shore, just narrowly clapping one rock and taking some damage, which Himothy and the crew should be able to repair given time and resources. Roughly a day's worth of time is what the party expects to spend here at Stormwatch, gathering supplies, readying the ship, and preparing for the voyage into the dark waters in the south. Reaching the port at Stormwatch, the party disembarked in search of cold weather clothing and a blacksmith or other such craftsmen who could possibly help in the outfitting of the Gilded Pride with ice-breaking upgrades, metal sheets perhaps, that could go on the front of the ship. Finding a trader who was Surprised to see such visitors, the party was able to secure some cold weather clothing in the form of sewn together pelts. Not particularly beautiful or lovely, but definitely functional and quite warm. Our very own Silwyn, however, grabbed a few different options in different colors in the hopes of working with Anna to create something a bit more spectacular along this next leg of the journey. The party had made their way to the local tavern, a place known as, let me see if I can get my accent correct, the Wolversdena. Was close.
There you go. Hey, proud of you.
Thanks. The Wolversdena, which is a Nordic-inspired tavern, where they met the tavern owner, Ragna, the tavern keeper, who then sent her boy to fetch someone named Halvar, the town's jarl. Meeting the party and revealing that they had previously called for aid in response to some awakened beast that has begun to hunt and kill the townsfolk. They asked the party for some assistance. This beast supposedly had 5 heads and scales described to be like iron, and called the Ferozoth, only known through ancient writings found in the ruin of previous settled civilizations, becoming clear that this has not been the only port ever at Luz, but certainly the most recent. Previous encampments do in fact exist somewhere below. Speaking with Halvar, he discussed and asked if the group would be prepared to take something on like this, and if so, what he could do to offer in exchange for help. Possibly goods, possibly equipment. After a little bit of negotiating back and forth, there was a decision to at least consider it, based on the needs of the party at this juncture, moving into this next phase. Though a little bit reluctant, based on the need for speed into this next leg of the journey, which will be not quite as easy as it has been thus far. Still, while the crew and ship are being outfitted, they definitely have time to move quickly and take on the beast if they so choose. And so it seemed to be that the group decided they would indeed exchange help in the form of goods and possibly some commercial fishing gear that could be provided to the beast folk back on Ferengul, a certain aid for their struggling community. The party learned of an alchemist who may also provide some aid, and whose hut was on the outside of town, healing potions perhaps, or something that could maybe increase damage. Things of the sort that would give the party an edge in a fight against the beast. So the group made their way to meet Sif, the alchemist. Captain Tide and Tinka arrived prior to the remainder of the group, who went to acquire their warmer clothes. And when the rest of the party arrived, Silwyn noticed something unique about the alchemist. She, too, has heterochromia like Silwyn, except in her case, one blue eye and the other a deep black. Silwyn spoke to Sif in her mind using the unique gift that only those with patrons seem to have. And the two spoke of their ties to their patrons, and Silwyn pushed an image of her patron into the mind of Sif, whose eyes rolled into the back of her head as she seemed to be overwhelmed by something dark and powerful.
Drama queen.
Sinister and ancient. Sif dropped to the floor, her eyes opened as she seized, and when snapping back to clarity, revealed, albeit vaguely, that Silwyn's ties were not to that of a normal patron, but something much more destructive. The distraction of the moment, Tinka asked again about the potions that the warlock Sif had, and her response was, just take them, they're not important. So Tinka made off with a handful of potions, 11 of them, without having to spend the 1,500 gold she had previously been asked for.
Ooh. That's a dub.
That is maybe,
Yeah, that's a dub, dude.
maybe a dub. Looking at Silwyn with fearful eyes, Sif spoke in rattly words dripping with horror. You've doomed us all. Leon,
Overreaction.
casting Zone of Truth on the group, commanded the truth.
Overreaction.
Silwyn's strong resolve, allowing her to resist, however.
Overreaction? What? Jeez. Come on. Wow.
We got some-
Overreaction.
yeah,
Mm.
certainly. Sif, however, decided to give in to the spell, revealing the true terrors of Silwen's pact, at least what she understood. She seemed to be alive, or at least half alive, but not just connected anymore, but rather the willing servant of one known only as the Great Old One, a patron bent on consumption. Silwen's vision from the other night enters the minds of all of those around. She pushes that vision outward, vision of seeing Rakdos and Gratz still in the abyssal plane, amassing an army and ruling over a black city of torture. And then, the Prime Titan. Enormous, and yet wrapped in spectral chains, a demon titan the size of an entire world, presiding all over the abyssal plane. Deep fiery crags for facial features and long black tendrils, the sheer enormity of the being, and it's the minuteness of Silwen by comparison, which everyone experiences as if they are her. A gnat. Less than that. And this, her puppeteer. The patron whose alleged gifts allowed her to be alive again, but it has mercy and will. Condemned to carry out the spreading of this corruption, and now with a particular bent on doing so in the heart of her homeland, back in Elysia, on Elpathia. As those present relive the moments of horror they just witnessed, all shuddered at the gravity of this monster, all except Himothy, who, having seen the Titan of Titans once before, sort of, was overcome with the sheer gravity, being locked away into his own mind, in a catatonic state, unable to move or to speak. I want to pick today back up in the moments before this happened, for the sake of some things that need to transpire, when Captain Tide and Tinka arrive at the, whatever this place is, her cabin. Tide, you presented Sif with a unique flower, a flower known as the Mohevia flower. Actually have a picture of that if you want to look at it. This kind of unique, fey-like orange flower. And I'll let you take it from here. What do you want to ask her about?
Hi, I came across this flower, and I'm sort of apprentice potion maker myself, and I was wondering if you knew anything that paired with it, something that could maybe help our group.
I see, another alchemist in training. Yes, of course. She takes it from you and for a few moments kind of studies it, looks over it. She kind of rubs her fingers along the petals to see what kind of oils can come from it. She sniffs both the petal and then her fingers and says, "The Mohevia. This is a unique ingredient, one that I would be happy to pay for. 300 gold, perhaps, if I could interest you."
Oh, I wasn't really looking to sell it, but perhaps trade. If maybe I don't know how to work with it, so maybe if
Sure.
you could provide us with some potions that could help us, then I'd be more than happy. I think 300 gold is a fair price, maybe, but I would just prefer 300 gold worth of potions.
Of course,
or
of course.
about.
Yes, I take it you don't know what you have.
Yeah, not really. I just know that it's, pretty magical, pretty powerful.
Yes.
But I could just as easily mess it up with not knowing how to work with it.
Of course. Better in the hands of a true alchemist. I can do two things for you. One, you're more than welcome to partake in any of the potions we have here. There are quite a number of them. If you look around the room, you see anything you can imagine. I am a bit of an inventor. This unique flower, though, you should just probably be aware it's used as a potency enhancer. It can help you combine potions together. It can make your spells stronger. It can do any number of things. It can be turned into a healing potion itself if you desire. Quite a strong healing potion. it's all up to you. I'd be happy to show you how to use it if it's something you wanted for a small fee, of course.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, no, I'm definitely looking to increase my abilities. So, learning how to work with it would be best of both worlds.
I see. Well, take a look at those with me for just a moment. And she kind of carries you over to a side cauldron, and she goes, "Is it okay if I use some of the leaves?"
Yeah.
Of course, okay. And she plucks like 2 of them off, and you see her kind of like grinding in a pestle. And she says, "The first thing you have to do is to ensure that it is ready to be emulsified. This cannot be used in any other form than its pure or oiled form." So she kind of like grinds it into this almost paste, and says, "I'm going to take these." And she pulls off the wall this one kind of, it's like orange mostly in coloration with like these specks of yellow. She goes, "This is a quite potent quite potent fire potion. It can just allow, if thrown or placed on a blade or whatever, it will ignite with fire for a period of time. It's quite a potent potable." She then takes off the shelf a second potion. This one looks a little bit more cloudy, and she says, "If I take these 2 together and I emulsify them into a singular potion," and she starts to like pour them together and heat them over the fire. The temperature has to be just right. We have to add a little bit more here, a little bit more here. And she takes a little bit of water and mixes it in, and some other ingredients, herbs, things that you're familiar with from your previous travels, alchemist travels, and combines it all. She adds just enough heat, and after a while, you see like a little bit of puff of smoke come from it, and she pours it into a new vial. It's kind of reduced down in the amount of liquid that was in there when she put them together. Somehow, it seems.
Is there bubbling
strange.
at any point in time?
Absolutely, yes. Bubble, toil, and trouble.
So we have lots of chemical reactions. Exciting. Okay.
Yes, lots of bubbling. And she goes, "This is where the potency comes in. This once fire potion, now mixed with, this is necromantic magic. If you throw this, can create spectral flaming skeletons. This is how this can be used. You can combine 2 things together. You can always do that. However, there's always a point of risk and point of failure without something such as this flower. This is unique in its properties. It allows it to not de-emulsify. It keeps it as one singular item. I've actually used something similar," and she points over to the barrel that Tinka stole from. Not stole. Garnished appropriately. She points over to this and she goes, "Some of those have not used such similar ingredients, and so they sit over there because I'm not entirely sure what they do. With an ingredient like this, however, each one of those would have been a success. Do you see?"
Interesting.
Okay, I get that.
Yes. It on top of that, if you just wanted to increase the potency, you could potentially just create it as a spell enhancer, allow you to, and mechanically it would be like if you wanted to create a potion that lets you upcast for free, you could cast a level 2 spell at level 4. She also tells you that she could create like a health potion that's like the quality of superior, but also the amount of 2 of them, which is why it's kind of a ingredient that's highly valued. So with that in mind, you kind of have options, and she tells you you're more than welcome to this potion just because we used it as an experiment.
A flaming skeleton?
Flaming skeletons. You guys have one potion of necromantic fire.
Oh,
Such a bad idea for us.
such
We
a good
just-
idea.
Can't wait to throw that at something and forget what it is.
Oh no.
Oh
We're gonna have so many
boy.
potions too.
I'm already tired. Oh
When Tide is
god.
done, I want to talk to her before, if
Sure.
possible.
Of course, yeah.
Just to as like a payment, he'll kind of like pluck off a couple petals and he'll be like, "This you can have," and then I'll take the rest just for showing me.
Wonderful.
So
of course.
Yeah, that way you can use some of it too.
Oh, lovely. Yes, of course, this would come in very handy. I will make it go quite a long way. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Any other types of potions, alchemist materials, perhaps? Anything to help you learn more?
Yeah, I'd like to make just some. I know how to make a potion of healing, and those grades, and perhaps just some other basic stuff you can help me with. Just some basic materials.
Of
He's
course.
just basically just looking to fill his alchemist
Yeah.
kit back up, and
For sure.
and just get anything to make like your more basic potions.
Yeah, she kind of goes and puts together an entirely new kit for you, just because she seems like really interested in the idea that like you want to kind of take on this possible weird magic she does, where she combines things. So she kind of gets you the stuff for like your basic healings. She puts some stuff together for like a cloaking. If you wanted to like cast invisibility basically with a potion, you could do so. And basically just a number of herbs to kind of get you started with anything that you would consider like a level 1 spell equivalency for the most part, to get you going, and says this would be more than enough payment for these couple of leaves. She'll offer to spend a little time with you if you want. It's kind of just like learning some of the other basics. So this can like enhance your skill.
Yeah, he'll take her up on that. Sure.
Cool. So you guys continue to have this conversation. Tinka, while you're kind of wanting to have your conversation, you see her going about her work, kind of putting other things together. And Tide, she'll like every so often, just kind of like pull you aside and be like, look here, look at what I'm doing, to kind of like teach you what she's creating all at the same time. Tinka, what is it that you want to talk about specifically?
Do you know of any magic or spells that can help with blood purification?
What kind of blood purification?
Tinka's gonna take out the Grimwing claw and teeth, which she's shown to many people and no one can help her with them.
Mhm.
These creatures infected the blood of a friend of ours, and we're on the way to get him help. But would you be able to make anything with these items to like stave off the infection or stop it from growing as quickly?
Oh, this is a very good question. I have never used ingredients like this. However, I would be happy to, shall we say, put it to the test.
I would love that. And if I'm not here when it's done, you can give it to anyone in the party. How much gold would you like to work on this?
I'll tell you what, if you allow me to keep the ingredients, I don't need all of them for these potions, but if you allow me to keep what's left over, I would do this just to have them.
Deal, dude. I don't want to keep carrying them anyway.
Lovely. Make for me an insight check, real quick. DC 15.
Is she a bad guy? Let's find out. Woo!
Yeah. You gather her intentions are not exactly pure. I don't know if that changes your perspective at all, but
I have a feeling that like you might not have the purest of intentions here. I don't really care that much. Can you just like promise me that you're not going to use them to hurt me?
that I can do, and you can tell she's being honest.
Okay, shake on it, dude. Because she doesn't know what I'm about to steal. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate your help with this. You're a godsend or a Tetris send or whatever was sent.
Godsend's fine. So Tide, this is exactly what she's kind of like showing you as they were having this conversation. She like takes these ingredients and kind of like showcases the fact that basically anything can be an ingredient. It depends on what your purpose is and what it needs to be mixed with. In this case, it's the elements of a healing potion, certain herbs that are more focused on that side of things, the purification element of it. And then as she kind of like looks at these, she realizes it is necromantic in nature. So she has to come up with something that offsets necromancy, which in this case is the equivalent of like something radiant. So she
I
kind
thought it was
of
gonna be more necromancy.
more necromancy. So she kind of like goes through and pulls out this one bottle, like this one vial that has it's the whole thing is glowing, and like kind of giving off this like iridescent light as she kind of like pour some of it into this mixture that she's creating. She tells you that like sometimes you have to create like chemical bases before you do some of these more advanced things. This is going to be one of those ones that's more advanced. And this is a base that she created because there is no concept of drawing radiant energy from anywhere except people who are religious. And in this case, I think it also constitutes for like druids, paladins, and clerics are the three. And so in this case, she had like pulled this from a particular druid who was passing by at one point and thought it would be useful. So she puts it all together and kind of combines it into this singular potion. It's 1 dose, but she tells you what it's going to be able to do is take the effects and what she assumes, based on what description you've given her of the blood poison, nullify it for a period of time. If she kind of like looking through the ingredients, she tells you like there's something there underlying that this isn't actually the source of whatever like dark magic is in it. Like it has a remnant of it, but like this isn't, it doesn't come from the claws, it doesn't come from the teeth, it comes from something else. But it should be enough to kind of get you by. Mechanically, what this will do, Tinka, and up for you to choose, it will for the next roll for me a d4. For the next 3 weeks, take all the effects away. You can use it for Viz or Callista, up to you.
I'm not using it for Callista.
What the fuck kind of option is that?
That was
only one
dumb.
potion. Well,
Y'all
Callista's
know
we're not
that there's
in,
only
in
one
really
person
bad
she
shape.
wants to save, and it's her dragon boyfriend.
Who's Callista?
the elf from that Santa's in a relationship with, and also that Tide knows from his previous ship captaining.
Oh shit. Tide, you know that this is for Biz, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Just so you know, there's not enough for both of them, but not to play favorites, but I'm gonna pick Biz.
She doesn't know what you're talking about. She's like, cool. And kind of just
He's my
continues
husband.
on.
He's totally normal human guy. Everything's fine.
Of course.
We're,
I'm going
partnered.
to roll. She completely believes you because I rolled a 3.
Hell yeah, dude. They don't have labels, so every time we do this, I don't know what to call it.
You could have that conversation with the dragon at some point. It's not off the table.
You need DTR.
Yeah,
Wow,
DTR, right?
to find the relationship with the dragon
With a-
talk.
with a-
Oh man.
I have every time I DTR, I end up hella single, so let's just put it off.
Oh my god.
This is going to be the breakup point. That
Oh my
you've
god. This
avoided.
this is literally like the fucking will they won't they. I swear to God.
He
As
he
I'm having
breaks
this
up with her
thought,
and she gives the potion to Callista.
I'm having this thought like those scenarios when someone's like, I need a liver. Will you give me a liver? And then as soon as they're like healthy, they're like, just kidding. And then they like break up with them. It's that situation.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
That's a real thing that happens.
Yeah, it is.
Unfortunately. So, you guys have this. We'll say it's probably like 20 or 30 minutes or so before the rest of the folks get there after dealing with picking up their clothing. But then eventually, unless there's anything else you want to do, I'll pause there and let you guys have at it.
At the risk of sounding like an idiot, how come I can't add things to my backpack on D&D Beyond?
I do not know.
I found out the reason.
Oh, great.
Can I just do?
I'm not signed in.
Oh,
just
I
just
had that
wanted to
issue
do it.
earlier. It wouldn't let me upload anything, and I was like, I think it kicked me, but didn't refresh the page. Bridget, what was that? What do you want to do?
I just want to do a quick investigation check, if possible, to see like if anything is labeled, if anything catches her eye, something that would be relevant to think of.
Yeah, so like a shopping investigation for sure. Yeah, roll me investigation. God,
Absolutely, I would love that.
Obliterated. What are you looking for?
Oh, is there anything that could help the egg?
What
I don't
do
know
you
if we
think
could
that would be?
potion the egg.
Yeah.
I don't have a single idea. I hadn't thought about it before this point.
I'll say like you
Potion of egg success.
roll for egg hatching. You do find, like, as you're kind of like looking through, and she's explaining to Tide kind of what's going on, you bring up the idea of like something that could maybe act as like an incubator. You don't say that outright, but for lack of a better term, something that can keep something warm. And she stops what she's doing. She walks over and she pulls out these leaves, kind of look like banana leaves, and she goes, "These are infused with warmth oil, for lack of a better term, and basically you can enable it by just like creating friction on it, and each one will last for an hour or so and keep things warm."
Okay.
And she has like a stack of 100 of them.
Oh, how long do they last? Sorry.
Only about an hour apiece.
Okay, then I'll take like. How much do you want for each one?
10 gold apiece, perhaps.
Oh fuck. Okay, maybe not that. I will think on that and get back to you. For now, I have a man holding it, so I think that keeps it more. And DM, very very kind DM. What was that item that we talked about earlier that lets me change things by one letter?
The Ring of Grammarian.
Do you have a Ring of Grammarian?
I don't know what this
Just
is.
kidding. Tinka doesn't know what that is. Do you? Okay. I don't think Tinka really needs anything, honestly.
Cool.
I just wanted to see if there's anything that was labeled Tinka.
Right. Yeah. Nothing explicitly. I mean, like it's a potion shop on an island that's mostly deserted, or a continent that's mostly deserted. It's like it's clear that most of the stuff here is like stuff she's gotten bored and created just on her own. Some of the stuff is like you do see potions that have been successfully melded together, things that are like acid and fire at the same time, things that you could like coat a weapon with. You see a healing potion that at the same time is a sleep potion, so like if you wanted to like make sure someone's not suffering, you could like knock them out. It's basically an anesthetic for somebody who's in a lot of constant pain, stuff like that. So it's like really, I would say the sky's the limit for like if you had ideas specifically about what combinations of potions you could come up with. There were some successes of those. Then there's like basically every other thing, just because it's clear she spent a lot of time trying to hone this craft. Not really magic items.
Do you have anything that you think would be helpful against a blood mage, maybe?
A blood mage. That is hard to say.
One that takes dragons.
One that takes dragons.
Yeah, it took dragons and then ate them.
She ate dragons.
I think so. I think that's what they said. But I think they were just trying to scare me. I don't know if they actually ate the dragon.
This is concerning. Is this mage after you?
No, not after me. No.
Then why do you need something to fight it?
Because it's after a friend. A friend took its book, and now it's World War VIII.
Okay.
I see.
But I've done nothing disrespectful to this blood mage whatsoever.
Someone starts whistling at this moment.
You're not there.
You're not even there yet. Luckily,
oh my God! Sorry. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank you, Jesus Christ on the cross. Oh, thank God. I thought we were having this conversation around me. I was gonna cry. Oh my God.
It was one book, Apollos.
one book. It was a good book. It set this whole campaign on the track it's on. Let me OOC say, if you hadn't done with the book what you did with the book, I'm not sure we'd be in this campaign the way we're in this campaign. It built the entire story, so thank you.
Okay. All right, great. Well, someone's ears start burning for wherever she is right now.
For no reason.
I guess keep stealing things.
I will keep stealing. I will. I will keep
Alright.
stealing books.
She thinks about it and says, well, do you know what kind of magic she uses? Blood mage is kind of a well, it's a dark magic, not something that's often used.
Can I use an Arcana check to see if I can recall?
It would be a history in this case versus
That's
Arcana.
fine.
Yeah, roll me a history. Yeah.
Oh, that was not as good as it could have been.
Oh, that's pretty good though. Yeah, what you recall is there's definitely
Wait, I had it in my notes. It's the time magic, isn't it?
Dunamancy.
Dunamancy.
D-U-N-E. Like the word dunamis in Greek means explosive. It's yes, chronomancy, and so like time magic and space magic. Those are things that you know for sure she has worked in. Um, you haven't really, you guys haven't really fought her yet to know what else she's used.
Right.
But with that, Sif kind of like looks and she has this almost like concerned look on her face, and says, "This is strange magic. This is not
Right.
This is not common magic. Perhaps," and she kind of like starts shuffling through some of the potions. She says, "I don't know that this would necessarily help against time or space magic. This is quite strange, but it is a protective, possibly protective solution." Basically, what she has is the equivalent of like a shield of warding kind of potion that you could use for a period of time. Would disallow somebody from casting magic on you. It's basically like if you want to think about Tiny Hut in concentrated form, that for one person for 8 hours.
Okay. Do you only have one of them?
I do. These kinds of ingredients are hard to come by. You have to see.
That's okay. That's okay. Let me think on that one. And then, sorry, lastly, do you have any kind of poison that you think would fuck up a blood mage? Like something that could hurt their blood, or I don't know what to do here.
You see her face kind of like light up at the talk of poison for the sake of poisoning somebody and not for like killing rats.
Oh yeah, to murder someone. I would like your help.
And she goes, poisons, yes, I have a few things. And she kind of like rummages through a collection, and she pulls out this little wooden box, and when she opens it up, there's like a stack of or like lines of little small vials of different types of potion. I won't call them potions, elixirs, liquids, and each one kind of has a slightly different gradient to it, and she tells you that each one does something slightly different. It depends on what you want the outcome to be. She has basically something for everything, based on what the DMG has for poisons.
Do you have anything that can stop them from casting spells?
Not in the form of a poison.
I don't know what the best one would be here. Maybe something that makes them sleep, or I don't know. What?
I do have, again, not exactly a poison. I do have a sleeping concoction that could be used. The person doesn't have to necessarily ingest it. You could just vaporize it around them if they inhale it. It depends.
Interesting.
It
Okay.
depends on the person it's being used on, though. It doesn't work very well on me. But I've also been around it.
Okay. Now that I think about it, I don't know if we have anyone that uses poison. So,
Yeah, no rogues in the party.
Oh, ouch. Too soon.
sorry, I didn't mean it like that.
Well, no rogues in the party. There was a ranger.
Crap, I don't know what to get. Okay, Tinka's just gonna let this drift off and let everyone end up shuffling in and then continue
Cool.
with the storyline
Sounds-
without changing anything else.
Sounds good. Luckily, we don't have to change anything else. We can kind of pick back up to the events that transpired at the end of last session. So fast forwarding, where we left off was Silwyn had just revealed this picture or vision of the Titan, the Prime Titan, the great old one that she had experienced just a few nights ago. She ended up kind of pushing that into everyone's mind with her equivalent of message spell, but like the unique warlock version of it.
Awakened mind.
Yeah, awakened mind. And we're allowing, for the sake of rule of cool, that it was actually a depiction of that stuff.
Yeah.
So everybody who's in the room that is tied, that is Anna, Himothy, Sylvan, and I think even Duzut's here, and then Leon. Everybody but Tinka, who's
Hell yeah.
carrying 11 potions in her tiny hands with a very crazy roll of 21, which was stupid. 11 potions in her tiny, yeah. uh, just so everyone knows, I made us roll that to see if she's gonna carry 11 successfully, and she did.
Can I change one thing?
Sure.
I originally said she would go back to the ship. She's gonna go back to the inn and show Viz.
Yeah, I think where we left off was like you were trying to like message Viz to come with you to the ship. So it's up to you on whether or not you want to like just do all this stuff at the inn, or if you would go back to the ship itself.
They gave Viz a room at the inn, right?
They did, yes.
We'll do this in Viz's room then.
Okay.
Because if I take them back to the ship becomes a threat. Like I put everybody's lives in danger. So I'm gonna stay at the inn because we're gonna go back out anyway after. I figured when they're done with
you've
whatever
got to
this
meet back up with the group for sure.
Right. So yeah, Tinka's identifying in the inn with Viz in the room.
Love it. So this next kind of series of events has unfolded. Silwyn punched Sif in the throat. She drew a dagger and slit Silwyn's neck, kind of, but like not enough to like kill her or anything. It's just enough to like draw blood.
7 points of damage.
Yeah, 7 points of damage. It wasn't nothing, but it was also, she didn't kill you.
Child's play.
Yeah.
Child's play.
At this point, kind of. Everybody kind of comes to this point. Let's actually switch up our music to something more dark.
Oh yeah, Himothy hates us.
Yeah, Himothy has this moment of getting lost in his own mind. He remains unmoved. His eyes are glossed over, but you can see almost, for anybody who's looking, and I would say the passive perception above 10 is going to notice this because it's a small room. Almost a slight trembling coming from Elentari, the blade that he carries.
Ooh.
In your mind, Himothy.
You can kind of see like Himothy's eyes shuddering too, like a little bit at like the gravity of what he's seeing.
Absolutely. Yeah, just like whatever the physical manifestation is of your mind breaking. That's kind of what you're all seeing. In your mind, Himothy, you see nothing but void, just blackness, and you are suddenly alone. You went from being in this room with people you know and seeing this vision to emptiness. And there's a strange awareness that you have, at least that you think you have in this moment. It's difficult to get your bearings because it's dark, and really darker than dark, like pitch black. Your eyes can't adjust. There's nothing to adjust to in this space, just empty. You want to call out. You want to speak. You want to move, but you are unable to. You feel nothing, not even your body. You don't feel the clothes on your back or the weight of the pack that you carry, nor the cold steel of Elentari in your hand. You are trapped inside yourself. Standing behind Silwyn is Faylene, who, having just tried to grasp her moments before, has this look of horror on her face. If this is true, and it must be because of the spell, this could mean the end of everything. Captain Tide, roll for me an insight check, and you get this at advantage because this is a strategic thing that a captain or commander would be able to discern. Your DC is 12. Oh, you obliterated it. Love it.
Double obliterated.
A double obliterated. I love that. Also, your insight is insane. I should have made it harder to 12. You've watched your crew and these closer friends over the last recent days and weeks and months, and for the most part, you've kept just a watchful eye as everything has unfolded. But now, especially having just witnessed this vision, you're beginning to understand the gravity of these titans. But still, there's this part of you that understands that for all the risk, this talk of a prime titan, sure, it has influence over Silwyn and these other lesser titans there, especially in their aspect forms, so like their weaker version. Whatever their goal is to do the bidding of the prime titan or their own thing, whatever it is, you still recognize that the chained one, the great old one, is chained at the end of the universe. Sure, it's dangerous. It's of great import that you find a way to undo all of this. But this is not make or break for today. You are a navigator as much as you are anything else, and you've sailed by the stars for most of your life. and you've watched as the celestial bodies have moved through the sky. You recognize which ones are stars and which ones are these planets. And even in more than your 40 or so years of sailing and looking up in the night sky, this concept of an alignment, it's likely not as close as some may believe it to be, especially if what Sif has been talking about is the end of all things. You know it could be hundreds of years off based on your assumptions. If they're true, granted, you're no professional in this, so you don't have any particular affinity for astral studies, but it's something that could be confirmed by a true astrological arcanist. And it could be something that you choose to seek out in one of the larger towns as you head back from the fountain. Larger cities are likely to have universities and libraries and whole groups committed to the arcane science, but it's something to explore. But you in this moment, as much as you can see fear in the rest of your teammates and this Sif person, you also have a unique insight into the fact that this could still be quite a ways away.
Okay. He'll choose to hold on to that information for just a little bit longer.
Cool. Anna, protector of the Fae. You're still somewhat just regrouping with this party after a few years spent in your true home with your father in Eidengarten. It's been just a little over 2 months for you compared to the years of mostly peace that you've just lived. You were 15 when this all started, and now you're 18. Aside from the week of your return, where you witnessed the Unseelie invade your father's territory, you have just kind of come from this we'll just say it's a unique understanding that you have because of the events that happened in Hapanora. Hapanora, for those who were not part of the original one-shot, is the name of the Fae planet. Your unique understanding, however, comes from the fact that you just, in that week leading up to your return, were celebrating an event. An event that you know in the Feywild happens every 100 or so year, a couple hundred years probably, rather than every 6,000. Again, this idea of the alignment of planes. You just celebrated the Celestine Ecliptica, which is an alignment of planes. That was the whole purpose of the celebration. It was supposed to usher in this moment of peace between Einegarden and the Seelie, and yet it was interrupted somehow by this one you now know to be called Liscathra, the one who has dominion over the Unseelie lands on Hapanora, and a particular dominion over a land you know as the Vale of Shadows. Vale here is spelled V-A-L-E. What you recall from that event is that it was strange magic that allowed Liscathra into your father's dominion. It broke the laws of the Feywild, something that shouldn't happen, but somehow it did. And your unique understanding is that the convergence of planes that occurs allows things to occur that otherwise shouldn't be able to. And so, the same thing is true on Kyrios, and the Prime Titan knows it. When the final alignment does happen, it could mean something disastrous. Perhaps all of the Abyss being able to enter in.
Right. Yeah, because I essentially saw the same thing happen in the Fae.
Exactly.
Do I think that the Prime Titan or whatever maybe helped the Unseelie get in to, like, are they the ones that helped out? Or do I just think it's the strange magic that happened to be about when things were thin?
I'm going to make this kind of a weird one because it doesn't really align into any one thing in particular, but I think for you and your closeness to the Feywild, let's call this a religion check.
Okay.
DC 15.
19.
Love it. As you're thinking about this and the concept of alignment, I think it's not necessarily that the Prime Titan helped so much as it has always been its will that things that are dark take control of things that are light. Liscathra's entire existence is in the Veil of Shadows. Even though she is this strange half-fae, half-demon or fiend, like all-white being, she lives and resides in blackness and what she can make dark. And that's why the Unseelie all seem to operate in this place of darkness. And if she had her way, especially what you know from conversations with your father, she would make it such that the entire Fae is cast into darkness. I think the fear is that if a true alignment happens, maybe not the Celestine Ecliptica, but whatever the truest version of alignment is, maybe that could happen. That she could have full dominion. And if she is part of the Abyss, which I think with a 19 you believe she is, she was probably from the Abyss originally and took dominion over part of the Fae, then sure. I think your assumptions would be absolutely that there is a connection and there is a singular goal between all of these fiend folk.
Okay.
Leon and Silwyn, much of what has just unfolded, the two of you were at the center of. You're on two opposing sides. Tetris, the creator, on one side, and the Great Old One, enemy of creation, who desires only to corrupt, consume, or destroy all of creation. The light versus the dark. This is whom the eternal war is truly over. Good versus evil. Leon, probably you most of all have the best understanding of what's at risk. But you also know that the Aegis is up. And when the original convergence happened, you were trying to get it to work then. The full scope of that you don't really know, but it's up now. What that means for this time, if this alignment is occurring, what you just witnessed on the Vale Island, if what you saw was this new convergence, and you witnessed the previous convergence, there are some lingering questions as a result. What about dunamantic magic? I think you probably have a okay understanding, because you've just talked with Tetris, that seems to be the source of what allows this interplanar connectivity. It's a strange and powerful magic, but it's also the source of what the protector is around your planet, this Aegis. And so the biggest question that lingers is, how close is Kyrios to the next plane alignment? You didn't get a good thought of that during that Vale Island event. And then Silwyn, you have a tie to something much greater than even probably you've really understood until this point. But it's becoming very clear as of late just what's at stake. Give it back over to you guys.
Timothy's still in his thing, right? Can I just ask this
Yes.
quick question?
Yes.
Great. Good. So he can't kill us yet for an hour or some shit.
Correct. Yeah, roughly an hour.
Whew. Okay, I've got an hour to convince the rest of the group to save my life. Okay, give me a second. Someone's gonna hug Leon. That's what she's gonna do. She's gonna hug Leon. She's gonna walk over, like, I'm still me. Please don't hate me. With that kind of look on her face, like, hey there, big guy, bring it in for a hug.
So Leon he's really stricken by what he's just heard, what he's witnessed. He's been going a long time thinking that he and Tetris brought back Silwyn, and he's just been informed by this Sif that did not occur. So he's really taken aback for a moment. He's gonna be like down on a knee. He's just gonna be like, I don't know, like momentarily, like not like outwardly, like physically stunned, but like mentally just like checked out for a moment, just like on his knee. Just thinking about his I guess his goals that he's had and how everything he's kind of been working towards has kind of been shattered at the moment.
I want you to also give me a religion check. DC is 20. Natural 20. Okay. Okay, just breaking my game.
Okay, I love when our rolls fuck up Apollos' plans. Let's fucking go.
Okay. Earth shattering. You're down on one knee. And what you remember Sif saying is, you should ask your god. You prayed for Sylvan's return. You used this wish coin in the form of a prayer to do so. You have had conversations with Mexiel and Rotariel now. And now Tetris himself. Their self. And at each time, you've never been given this indication what you did was wrong. I think with a friggin' natural 20, what you realize is maybe what you did wasn't all that happened. It's clear that something else happened. But I think you also know that what you did worked. At least in some part. They're really intense music for this. Hold on.
It is. It's really intense. I love it. Someone is gonna put a hand on Leon's shoulder. And then crouch down next to him. Look him in the eyes. It wasn't all the Titan. Staring very into it, like intently with both eyes, one red, one green, right?
Mm-hmm.
Leon's going to meet her eyes and just, I guess, with the acceptance that the rationale that the convergence needed to happen and some of the evil needed to kind of spread out for life to kind of exist. He's going to rationalize that perhaps bringing Sylvan back and this whole situation, well, it appears that there was some ulterior motives. He's gonna let his faith guide him here.
Okay. And with a natural 20.
Yeah, so he's gonna just kind of like, I guess, put his hand to her and just be like, look, we need to work on telling the truth, but I said before that I didn't bring you back just to let you go again, and I stand by that. I'm there's a way, and Tetris was still involved in bringing you back. I know he was.
When you say that, you're looking deeply into her eyes, and it's her green eye that you're paying the most close attention to. And there's a glint of humanity that you see when you say Tetris allowed it.
Someone nods very solemnly. He did. He did. So don't let Himothy kill me, okay?
Are you gonna help me
Yes.
against the Titans?
Yes.
Can you
We'll
help
find a
me
way. We'll
against
find a
them?
way. I don't know, but we will find a way. We've come this far.
Okay. You're and Leon's gonna kind of look at Himothy. How does Himothy look? Like, is he
Shaken.
alive?
Completely out of it, completely catatonic, like has no clue what the hell is going on in this room right now. Is just like within himself, locked in his own thoughts, just completely in the void.
But alive.
He's
Yes.
breathing.
Question mark?
Yeah, he's breathing.
Okay. I guess with his like okay, Leon's gonna look at Timothy. He's gonna be like, "You're gonna have to convince him, though, and that might not be as easy."
Someone considers killing Timothy for a second while he's in this incapacitated state, but decides not to. Perhaps a flicker of negative emotion plays across her face for just a mere moment, but then it returns to normal.
Can I roll an insight check or something against Silwyn to see if I can figure out if she's lying about helping us against the Titans?
For sure.
Is my zone of truth still active? But I guess we know she didn't.
She passed.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
you don't know.
I'm
Yeah.
past, so good luck.
Yeah, you can
I
roll
just wanted
absolutely. You can roll an
insight.
insight. I'll leave it up to Jilly whether or not you want to roll deception or otherwise.
I'm
Doesn't
feeling like
matter.
this was the performance of a lifetime.
Okay. Sure.
So we're gonna go for performance.
Yeah, for sure.
I think anything over a 1 you got me, yeah.
18. All right.
Yeah.
Believe me, my words are true.
So, even though you draw your power from a Titan, from my understanding, you're not helping to bring about the convergence or anything like that?
Solon rolls her eyes. No, I don't want my homeland to die. I don't want my mother to die. I don't want my people to be corrupted. I'm just trying to survive until I can figure out a way to stop this.
You hear from behind you, Phaline say, "We need to kill her. There's no other option. And then we need to go take care of the Titans. No more of this secondary mission nonsense. Too much is at risk. If a few people die, it doesn't matter. The few for the many. That's what's most important. She needs to die. It's as simple as that."
Please don't kill me. No.
You can't change my
Don't.
mind. You've just shown us the end.
That's not. It's not the end. It's just. There are no endings or beginnings in the Wheel of Time, but it was a beginning.
I think at this point
I've been trying to help this whole time.
Are you being genuine about that?
Yes. I am being genuine.
I'm
Why do you
not
have to
gonna-
ask me?
Well, I'm not gonna make you roll anything, right? And it's like just.
I am being
do- yeah,
genuine.
do
I'm not
people
lying.
believe? Yeah. Do people believe you're actually trying to help, and you just happen to be this agent of chaos because of who you are?
Yeah,
I think
that's it. I'm just a gremlin.
for Phaline, it's hard to believe that because what she's witnessed has been the bringing about of two Titans. It's been Sylvan's intentional reading of those abyssal words, the ones that she's not even supposed to know, but somehow did. It's putting people in danger through recklessness. It's the going invisible at times when you stand and fight. For Phaline, it's you've made up your mind. It's very clear where you stand, and it's clearly not with us.
No, I didn't ask for that book. I didn't ask for the blood mages. I didn't ask for any of this.
But you're not doing anything
Just
to stop it.
I am doing stuff to stop it just because you don't see it. Someone is gonna like bang her fist on one of the tables with all the bottles on it. I don't...
Roll a strength check. We call this athletics. Please roll a 1.
Oh god. Wait, athletics.
Yeah, athletics.
Ooh.
14. Yeah, your fist slams down. It's a sturdy oak table, but you hear bottles rattle, and I don't have the stat sheet anymore. She's unshaken by it. You see, like this, she's grimacing. She has this face of what do you? I can't trust you. It's too late for that.
I just saw Bridget. I didn't ask for the book. Someone after.
Didn't ask for the book. I literally took it though.
Literally stole it.
Well, she didn't ask for it. She
just took it.
Just took it.
Not untrue.
I didn't lie. Where's the lie? I can't.
I think Sif.
Someone's a big believer in ask forgiveness, not permission.
Whoa,
that much is clear, actually.
This isn't a character trait across all of my characters. That's crazy.
Self-insert.
Self-insert. I was about to say the same thing. I think as this is going
It's
on,
almost like I was raised Catholic.
Hey.
as all this is going on, you see Sif. She's fuming. She's already told you that there's really only two ways, right? It is kill Silwyn or find a way to break whatever your connection is. And she's also a warlock. She also has a patron. You don't know who the patron is, but she has a patron. And she's telling you it can be done, but she's not gathering that you really want to break your connection to the patron.
Break my connection to the patron?
Yes, of course.
You all want to kill me. You all want me to die. You want to kill me.
There are only two options.
There's got to be some other way.
You want to continue to draw power from this being that wants you to corrupt all of humanity.
No, I didn't say that.
So what you're implying?
I'm willing to do whatever it takes.
Including spread corruption.
No. To break the connection. I'm sorry. I have a lot of emotions right now.
Are you being deceptive?
Only the I'm sorry was deceptive. I'm not
Okay.
actually sorry.
Okay. I'm not even gonna make her roll anything.
Okay.
She says, well, it's not on me. This is for you. I now have to make plans for the end of the world. I don't trust you.
You're being overly dramatic.
It is clear you do not understand the situation you're in.
You know, when you say things like that, it kind of makes me want to help my Titan daddy.
Then she should die. You've all heard this.
I was joking! Jesus!
This is not a time for levity.
I'm a bard. It comes with the territory. Hair toss.
Everyone give me a perception check. Except Inka.
Oh, can I do one even though it doesn't do anything?
Sure, you can. Yeah, I'll let you do one. There's stuff. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, get it out of the way.
There's stuff going on over on the side of town where you're at, but you don't know.
No, we're so busy looking at potions, dude. We don't care.
Sorting out patients.
We finally got our date.
Shit.
That's wrong.
Yeah, perception. There you go. Much better perception.
Oh my god. Okay, wait, now I gotta roll. Wait, Paul, so do I roll? Performance?
Perception. This is for looking for
Wait,
something, or
perception.
being aware
Sorry,
of something.
My bad. Well, I
So
don't
you
have.
always
Why
want
would
it
I
to be
even roll?
performance.
I'm not good at that.
That
18 is a lie.
You rolled
not
very
notice
well. Well,
I did
okay.
not
Do
notice.
you want me to say it has to be at a disadvantage right now because you're so focused and turned away from what I'm about to talk about?
Yes,
Roll
yes.
again.
Give me a disadvantage roll. Thank you. There's no way.
If
I
she
do
gets
not
a nat
deserve
20.
an 18.
Okay, yeah,
That's
okay,
more
yeah,
accurate.
that
There we
makes
go.
sense. I think Tide, you're really honed in on this moment, right? You're trying to get like you're as much as you are one of the group, you're also the captain of the ship everyone's traveling on, and you're really trying to discern what is right here. So you're probably a little focused on what's happening just in the room. Anna, Leon, the only two who are not catatonic, you've noticed at some point Faline slipped out of the room.
Oh God. So one is going to begin to panic and tries to hide behind Leon, like he's
Why?
somehow going to protect her from
You don't
dying.
recognize it.
You don't notice
Zilla doesn't know.
Wait. Oh my God. I'm so.
Should have kept that 18.
I'm gonna go get some more coffee. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay.
I'll just say, where's Faline?
Oh, you mean your ranger friend?
Yeah.
She had a look of disgust in her face, and she left as we were having this conversation. I take it you understand where she stands. I feel the same way.
How long ago?
5 minutes, perhaps. It's been a few.
Oh, that's not good if she can't even talk about it.
For now, it's best you determine what your next course of action is. I can help you with whatever you need to slay the beast if that is still your goal. I don't even know. This is too much. Perhaps I'll be dead from the beast anyway. It doesn't matter. My whole life is meaningless.
No, we're going to save you.
I wish I could believe you. I do not even think you trust yourselves enough to save yourselves. Why would you save anyone else?
This whole journey is for you. Why would you not believe it?
Oh, this is Sif, by the way, not Biz.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got the voices confused.
they're basically the
This is
same
at the
voice.
end.
Yeah, I was,
Yeah,
I was
This is
like,
the
the
end.
whole journey is for you.
For
What are you
this-
talking
this
about?
random
I got
warlock you
so
just met.
confused. Yeah, I was like, what
it
the-
is the
love
same
interest.
voice.
Okay,
I do
okay.
not
all
have
that
good
Yeah.
accents.
It was the voice that got me. I'm sorry. Ignore what I just said.
Pauls, I love your voices. I think you're doing amazing.
You're doing great.
Well, thanks, y'all.
I think Toast just wanted to hit on my RP boyfriend.
On my dragon.
That's
Right.
her
Just-
dragon,
just
okay?
moving in.
Someone
Sorry.
learned that the hard
I
way.
didn't-
Do not hit on fucking Dinka's dragon
Okay, wait.
boyfriend.
I didn't hear a label, so sorry.
Hey, shut
True.
up. Toast, roll.
There is no
roll
ring
just a
yet.
straight D20. You do
Oof.
not have feelings for Civ.
For Sif?
Yeah, I said that he was hitting on Civ now.
Oh, okay.
It's a new love
It's
interest.
a new love interest is a random
They
two-eye
got
colored
common-
warlock.
they got common activities. They got potions.
Yeah, they got alchemy. They can easily become an item. A magic item. Doomch.
Oh.
That was pretty bad. Well, if there's anything else that you need, your friend I see has already walked off with my, shall we call them accidents? That is what it is. If there's anything else you need to, I don't know. I feel at such a loss. I can help, perhaps. And she's still in the zone of truth. So she's like being honest. How long does Zone of Truth last, actually? She may not be.
I think it's like a 10
I think it's an hour,
minute.
isn't it?
Let me see.
DVD?
I looked to see if it
It's
was
10 minutes. It's 10 minutes.
concentration earlier, but yeah.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes.
Yeah. So no more Zone of Truth. It's definitely been longer than 10 minutes.
Woo!
Yeah.
Thank God.
You weren't affected anyway.
How
I've
much?
also got Zone of Truth.
how-
I could cast it.
How much do we owe? Or how much did those potions cost?
For the one your friends took, I was trying to barter. It was 1,500, but I was highballing it.
Don't you fucking dare.
It's about 200 should suffice.
Yeah, Leon will. I think we still have some like crew money. I think somewhere, right? Leon doesn't have enough gold himself. I think we still have crew money.
Yeah, you sent it in the DM the other day.
Yeah,
The
you
balance.
like four.
Can we
four
pay with
grand left.
that?
Sure, it's the group money.
Okay, Leon will pay with that.
Cool. Yeah.
Why?
She says, thank you. Best of luck with what they are. I cannot tell you.
Oh, okay, thank you. And sorry about all this.
My friend, you're the only
Thank you
person
for
that's
the
vested here.
information, though.
You have quite the journey ahead of you. I wish you the best of luck. Please don't die. You're the only one that seems to get it.
Thank you. And I guess Leon will try to help Timothy out the best he can.
Yeah. so you like walk over. Do for me a medicine check first.
Sure.
It's gonna be the closest thing, like a magically induced catatonia. Catatonia, is that a word? Yeah, he's breathing. That's about all you can surmise. He's breathing.
All right. And then he doesn't feel like. Does he seem like I can move him without creating further harm?
Do you
I
track it
guess.
to you?
Does he think that it's gonna hurt him?
Not with a 5.
Yes, he tries to move him.
Okay.
Would so this probably won't work, but I figured I'd ask. Like 5 hit points worth of lay on hands can either cure a disease or neutralize a poison affecting a creature or something like that. Do I think it would work to get him out of what he's in?
Give me another religion check. I think that's like the only thing that can, like, between your paladin nature and what this is specifically being kind of related to world religions, universal religions.
The nat 1.
Nat 1. Nah, you don't gather as anything.
Okay. I tried.
You
He's
don't
like
know.
this forever.
Leon, it's you're talking about trying to lift. How much does Timothy weigh just in body weight? What do you say, TC?
I don't know, probably like
180 pounds.
180, 200.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So add
Plus
30,
armor,
30
plus whatever
pounds
he's
on top of
carrying.
that for chainmail, plus whatever his pack weighs. You're really talking about probably 300 to 400 pounds. If you're trying to, like,
weight.
yeah, and he's catatonic, standing up, sword in hand. You can, like, try and push him, but, like, he's gonna tip over. It's pretty top heavy right now.
Leon's gonna look at Tide and be like, hey Captain, I know there's this Hydra, and I don't know what to do with Timothy right now. Maybe we got the crew to move him. Oh, what do you think we should do?
I mean, yeah, I think we could do that. I think we can. We can figure it out. We can figure something out.
Are you trying to wake him? Is that what you're trying to do?
Just yeah. I think we can do that. I think it should be fine.
Do you mind if I try something? Sif kind of like reaching for something behind one of the shelves. She opens up this bottle, and as soon as she does, it smells awful. She goes and waves it in front of Timothy's nose. Timothy, roll for me I don't even know what this would be.
Constitution saving throw.
I mean, it's kind of the equivalent to that. Yeah, it'd be Constitution plus your modifier, so saving throw is fine.
Let's see if it works this time.
Make him puke.
Bruh.
Oh God.
Nat 20.
Why that sent 2 of them?
It's probably still the broken
Yeah.
integration thing. It is what it is. We'll take the first one. In your locked-in state, you are suddenly hyper aware of the most putrid smelling smell that you've ever experienced. And through the putrescence, because that's a fun word, you are
good word.
shocked back to reality, and suddenly your vision comes back. You see everybody in their room standing around you with Sif kind of like waving this bottle in front of your nose. You're awake. It's been
Someone
about
was
30
creeping
minutes.
towards the door while that happened. I'm just gonna retcon that.
Okay,
Creeping towards the door.
perfect. Yeah, that's fine.
You're gonna have to convince him, Sylvan.
Timothy's kind of like in a Timothy's kind of like in a stupor coming out of it. Like what's going on? What just happened?
He's such a himbo.
You're in shock, my friends. Are you
All I
okay?
could take in was just this emptiness, this void, just the overwhelming sense of just terror that I got from seeing this Titan.
I think we all felt it. You're not alone on that. How's your head?
It's just a little sore right now, just trying to figure out what just happened, but I'm doing all right.
She reaches for like a twig and holds it out to you. She says, chew on this. She will feel better.
Maybe I'll take it and just start chewing on it.
Tastes like licorice, but blander.
So Timothy will look over to Leon. It's like, so, what are we doing?
Well, Leon's gonna kind of look up at Sylvan and look down at Timothy and just be like,
Someone was almost to the door.
I came to acceptance about her. I realized that it is part of Tetris's will that she's here, regardless of what it looks like. She's gonna help us. And she convinced me of that.
Need to have a talk with her. She'll have to convince me.
Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. Okay.
Do you want to do that before or after we go after this Hydra?
Let's go after this creature now. I'll need to talk with her later.
Someone tries to finger gun Timothy, like, it's our thing, remember? We're friends.
Timothy's just gonna look over at someone, just shake his head a little bit. Just this disappointed.
Someone's face just like falls as he shakes his head at her and doesn't give the happy response back. Oh. Okay. I understand. And leaves out the door to go back to the tavern and find a place to hide that from Timothy.
When you walk out of the hut, give me a perception check.
God damn it.
Disadvantage. No, you don't need it.
Okay.
That's fine.
No. Let's just make sure. Even worse.
How bad it
Even
really
worse.
was.
Yeah, no, you're just focused on getting to a safe space. You don't see anything.
Cool. Must get somewhere where Timothy won't kill me. And scene.
And scene. The rest of you who are there, what are you guys gonna do? You've got half your party in this idea to try and go kill the Pharaozoth, whatever it is.
Well, I think we need to get everyone together, right? So, who's not with us? Tinka?
Tinka,
and Selwyn.
and then Phaline is missing.
Yeah.
All right. does Tinka have like a she doesn't have the ring, right? She has the message, so she
Yeah,
doesn't have the
she
ring.
has message. It's also further than 500 feet, so you'd have to go back into town.
All right. I guess we should probably just get everyone together. So should we go find them, or send a runner to bring them to us?
No, we should go find them. Shouldn't
All
be
right,
too hard.
let's go find them then.
So the rest of you step out the door. Let me get perception checks from everybody else.
Doing all my best skills tonight. Nothing but zeros and -1s.
Jeez, I don't like
I
how
got a
well I'm
natural
rolling
20.
outside of
Crap.
combat.
Holy
fuck.
shit!
All of you guys, no, these
perception
are
rolls.
great. This is actually perfect because I want narratively for this to pan out. The rest of you probably just aware of the fact that like you're missing people and you still kind of have a job to do. You glance around and you do see, because it's snowing, right? Seeing someone wearing clothing is going to kind of stand out in the snowy landscape otherwise. You do get a glimpse of Faline. She's walked a little far off, further away from the hut, which is a little bit further into like the forested area. So for her to kind of like step into the further forested area. With those perceptions, you can kind of see her face from here, and it's a face of disgust. I'm just gonna give you this for free. It's not necessarily perception; it'd be more insight, but we'll just do it anyway. Her entire mission to this point has been focused on protecting the natural order. Kyrios, though not originally the planet of elves, has become the shared planet for all, and the mission of the Enclave has always been to keep the order of nature. Things like the undead should be returned to the dead. Beasts with corruption must be dealt with. Monsters and aberrations and things born of strange magics must be hunted down, and if not able to be acclimated into this world, put down to protect all races that are living on the planet. The concept of a Titan presence is far outside the natural order. It brings pure chaos and disorder to the world. And the spreading mists, what began all of this, these places of the thin veil, the corruption that spreads across Kyrios, first starting in Sarsia and now kind of across the world. It all needs to be dealt with. And this group that she's traveling with, this supposed group of would-be heroes, is focused on saving a dragon, allowing the corruption to spread. This is an antithetical thought to the mission. It's too narrow. It's too small of a mission. And to risk the planet like it's being risked is just too great. So you kind of all can surmise that from your time with her so far. It's this disgust she has in her face is being worn to showcase not just disappointment, but failure, perhaps. You see her clutching a pendant around her neck, something that maybe you've all seen before, but nothing you've really ever paid attention to, and it appears to be made of pewter, but it's painted with a dark forest green as an inset background, and the raised depiction on it is a carved stag's head, the profile of a deer's head, a symbol of the Emerald Enclave. And in her other hand, she holds a second necklace, a stone for a pendant, and some sort of leather strap perhaps around it. Many of you, and I guess just those 4 of you who are walking out of here, we'll say Dizit too, but he doesn't know her as well. You have noticed over the last few months of traveling together points at which Faline would walk away from the group and hold this stone pendant. You recall you're seeing her whisper as she meditates. Or maybe meditated. I don't know that anyone really ever knows exactly what she was doing, but you remember her having these intense moments of staring off into the distance, vigilant and watchful at times, and other times just long off glances. And still whispering into this stone. And so standing here now on the precipice of all of this, you see anger and fear and sadness in her eyes. And she seeing you, kind of steps away. As she steps away, you hear her say, this is everybody above an 18, so all 4 of you succeeded. High Warden Kalan, I need an exit. Time to act. Kill all of this group who have sided with a deceiver, stationed on Luz. And she walks off. And the rest of you kind of go back to the inn. You find, where is Silwyn when you get back to the inn?
She's probably hiding in a room.
Okay.
Underneath the bed.
Yeah. So you get
Are
back.
you in the room we're in?
I immediately dove underneath the bed. Yes. Same room.
Love it.
Was she invisible?
She didn't say it. I'm gonna say no.
No, god damn it.
Oh, so we
I'm not
just
gonna let
saw
her
her
retcon
underneath.
that. Yeah, just
I was
walk
like,
in.
I'm on that. Cast invisibility, hide under the bed. Never find me now.
I mean, if she wants to be, she can be.
Nope. I'm gonna take it. I didn't say it before. I'm gonna accept my consequences.
So Tinka knows that she's under the bed.
Yeah, Tinka just watches
so Tinka
Silwyn walk
knows.
in and like curl up under the bed as you're.
So when Tinka's like, don't tell anybody, and hides under the bed. I'll accept
Tinka's
my
gonna send a
consequence.
message. What are you doing?
Hiding.
Who are you hiding from?
Timothy's gonna kill me.
Why is Timothy gonna kill you?
We're diametrically opposed.
Say that like you're talking to a kindergartner.
His god hate my god.
Oh, yeah, I never dabbled in religion, man. You want to look at potions with us?
Never dabbled in religion, man. Yeah, man, let's look at some potions.
Is Tinka
Right,
Cheech
tonight.
Marin?
Let's do it.
Tommy
Bridget's
Chong?
So tight.
I don't know when did Bridget get so cool.
when Bridget's tired, she is Tommy Chong, just without the weed. That's great.
When I'm tired, everything gets really funny.
Bro, I'm tired too, and everything is really funny. I get super, what is it, slap happy, right? Oh god.
Okay, let me get it together.
Maybe we should leave them behind and just go fight the Hydra.
All right, do you come out of the bed to look at potions?
I come out
or
from
do you
underneath the
sleep?
bed to look at potions with Tika.
All right, actually, I am. Do I canonically have that list you made yet, Apollos?
Let's determine time. So 50 minutes. It wasn't entirely 50 minutes. We'll say it was like half an hour for Timothy to.
There's only one I want to give to her. So if we can just say that's the one that
Sure.
is
Yeah.
fine.
We'll say
It's
got it.
the dun, dun, dun. I have to find it. It's the number 6, black with red specks that I'm gonna give with her. Give to her.
Okay.
I don't like the way Apollos giggled at that. Why'd you laugh like that?
Because I made all this stuff up today, and it's really funny to me.
Oh, okay. Oh god. Okay, I thought you had some like evil thing planned. Like, oh, she got another pyroclasmic potion. I'm gonna
No,
laugh.
no,
when
no,
she
they-
throws this.
Nothing that strong, luckily. Actually,
No. This one's worse.
no, I made it
turn you
so
into a bird.
I made it so all of these are not gonna kill anybody. Luckily,
It's great to make a necromancy and healing magic gives off a conflicting aura of life and decay. Sorry, I was reading things.
Yeah,
I think this will help you, but I think it will hurt most of us. So you keep this one.
Oh, thank you. It's so pretty. It looks like my kind of looks like my eye.
yeah, it kind of does.
So when
Oh,
stashes
it
it
turns the
somewhere
other eye black.
stashable upon her person.
Cool.
Tinka's just gonna go back to the potion.
Sweet. Yeah, so for 11 of these, you have to have, 110 minutes, so basically 2 hours, just under 2 hours of uninterrupted time.
That's okay. I'm not worried about any of the other ones. That was just
Cool.
the only one I
Yeah.
wanted to make sure got
We'll,
to the right
we'll say that
person.
was probably the one she was most interested in because of how it looked, right? Black with little red specks floating in it.
Yeah.
the rest of the party, you guys get to the inn. You don't see Tinka or Sylvan. You do see Ragna, who's just kind of like staying busy. You smell food cooking. Wonderful savory smells as she's kind of like going about whatever she's dishing out. You come in and she sees all of you and she goes, have you slain the beast?
That is up to Leon, Tide, or Hennessy.
Yeah.
Or Anna.
Leon's, I guess, yeah. We're just about to have it, I think. Looks
Some
so
are
tied. Have you gathered everyone together yet?
To an mostly empty room, the four of you guys just walked into.
We're just making sure we're at our strongest before we go and take care of it.
Of course. How about some food? You hungry?
Yeah, certainly.
Great. She pulls out a mixture of things, a collective of things. Let me open up my sheet. Can I actually have that stuff saved somewhere? The Wolverstena. What you smell cooking.
Is this the food?
This is the food.
Yeah.
Yeah, what you smell cooking is roast hare, and she kind of brings out a dish of like this, a collection of everything. So there's roast hare and stewed venison and wild boar sausages and this mushroom and herb stew and turnip and carrot mash and stone baked bread. So all of these smells kind of like enter in the room. She brings them out, lays them across the table, and she says, "Nothing is bad here. Could I offer you a beverage, perhaps a bitter ale or wolf's spite, something a little stronger?"
Yeah, whatever you feel best goes with this, and I think Leon's just gonna dig into the delicious looking food.
Love it.
Did you happen to see our friends come in earlier?
Your little gnome friend and the creepy one.
Yes.
Creepy one.
Yes, I believe they are upstairs.
The creepy one.
Could you
Okay.
do me
She's not there.
a huge favor?
Of course.
Could you do me a huge favor? Go and knock on the door that they're in, and just let them know that food is ready.
Yes, I could do that. And you hear her like shout to her son to go do it because she's like, "I'm not doing that."
Perfect.
And so shortly after that, you hear like the thudding of a child. Like, I mean, he's like, I don't know, 12, 13, like running up the stairs really fast. And Tinka knock on the door from little Hager, the Viking kid. He's like, "Your food is ready."
I think he's gonna open the door, and even though he's a child, he's probably twice her height.
Definitely a little bit taller.
Yeah. All right, the creepy one. You want some food?
Yeah, that's what we're just gonna refer to
So
me now
what?
as.
You
We're just gonna
know.
call me the creepy one.
Oh, I have to
Oh,
retcon
God.
one thing, or just change one thing before this point. Tinka would have explained the potion to Viz that's made for him.
Okay.
And said,
Cool.
this only lasts for 3 weeks. Take it when you feel like you can't do it anymore. Like, take it when you feel like you're at your worst, so we get as much time out of it as we can.
Cool. Yeah, he'll take it and kind of put it inside his cloak.
Okay, do you guys want to go eat? Soen, are you gonna go invisible? What are you gonna do? You gonna hide?
For the record, you guys don't know that we're here. They just said food.
Fair,
ready,
fair.
yeah.
They just said food ready. Okay.
Which is why I said
So
some.
I don't know. Well, in that case, someone's like, "Yeah, sure, I'll get some food."
Yeah, let's go get some
Go
food.
wrong. Timothy's not here. do.
And as soon as you walk downstairs, see the rest of the group sitting at a table, consuming this delicious food. Put you guys back on the inn.
Someone sees Timothy and screams.
Right in
noise
Tinka's
gated.
ear.
Anna's gonna look at the rest of the group and go, "Found her."
Why are you yelling?
I was scared.
Why? Tinka's gonna
Timothy.
send a message of just Tinka screaming into someone's.
With message, you still have to speak out loud. You know that, right?
I don't care. I don't care. So cup it into her hand.
So you cup in your hands this loud scream while also sending it to the person standing to your left, and
So I heard the scream
you hit
twice.
it twice.
Yeah, I wanted to hit her in the brain.
Someone like takes a step back, like she's staggered by the screams. Oh God, stop! Please.
You've heard of people that can sing in two voices. I can scream in two voices.
Oh my God, that just gave me an idea. Sorry.
Oh God. No.
Yes, Apollos. The way you said no, like you were
like
horrified.
like I have an idea of what's coming.
Oh no, I had a brilliant idea of something to do later. All right, takes a staggered back, shoots a dirty look at Tinka, like, okay, all right, I thought we were friends, and
You did
sits
it
on the.
first.
I was scared. You did it for no reason.
No, because I did it for an eye for an eye.
That's a really good reason. I'm not gonna argue.
Yeah,
with that.
okay, we're fine. This is not new between us. We're not even. No, we get even, then we get over it. Calm down.
I'm not upset. That just feels like you was a little bit more than even. I feel like you went a little too far this time.
We'll do it again. Behave.
Is there a flipping off gesture? Someone makes a flipping off gesture and then
let's say the finger is still
sits down.
canonical.
Great. Gave her the finger and then go and sit down on the
Different kind of finger guns.
the farthest side away of the table,
Oh, no.
away from Himothy. Just sitting away from Himothy, having people in between us so that Himothy would have to kill them to get to Silwyn.
Fair.
Hey everybody, how's it going? So it looks great.
What did I miss? Why is Timothy gonna kill Silhouette?
It turns out Silwyn was sent back from the dead partly because of Tetras, also partly because of some demonic titan that's trying to corrupt the world.
Does that surprise any of you? I will take that as a
shrug and be like, I kind of knew it all along.
Like, look at her. She didn't used to look like this. You don't come back like this if you're normal. I didn't know that this was all a secret. You kind of get the gist from just looking at it.
Excuse me, but I am normal.
Tinka's gonna yell to the barkeep. If you had to describe her, what would you describe her as?
Creepy.
Yeah. See, this guy gets.
The problem, Tinka, is the thing that brought her back and the thing that she is bound to happens to be essentially the ultimate evil.
Surprisingly, also not surprising.
Just not any. Like, it wasn't Grost or any of those. It was older. And happens to be and happens to pretty much be directly opposite Himothy.
Interesting. Well, whatever you guys decide.
But there is this beast that we need to take care of. It appeared after we, unleashed the Titan, and has been running amok. So we should probably get ready to do that.
Oh, did we do this?
I think we're partly responsible.
All right, so we should probably go do that. Huh?
Yeah, probably.
All right.
They said like it appeared like a month and a half ago or whatever timeline matches up with when we were in that sand place with the sand.
The sand people?
Sand place.
The sand place with the sand people?
When that person casted mage sand?
When Tinka killed 50 people.
Tinka
in cold blood.
Tinka, you kind of a murderer, Tinka. You kind of are a murderer.
I
Was that
choose
the
to remember
lizard
that
people? I
differently.
think they deserved it, didn't they?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
I'm pretty sure they deserved it. I'm pretty sure they were trying to eat us.
They were. They were
Was
trying
it the
to eat you.
lizard people,
Yeah, it was the lizard
Apollos?
people.
Yeah, they were trying to eat us.
The lizard people, that's right.
Yeah.
What is their? Do they lean more evil lizard people? Do they have?
They lean more hungry
Oh,
and
I
desert.
love lizards.
And you killed 50
Hey,
lizard folk,
I don't
including
want to
children.
talk about this. I wasn't here for that. I think it was probably Jilly NPCing my character that made her kill them all.
I don't think so. I think it was Bridget.
I wasn't here.
responsible
One
for your
of them
character section.
attacked Viz, though, right? So,
Oh,
right?
if they attacked Viz, they're dead. I
Wait,
don't care if
why
they're
are we slandering me? First of all, I do my best. I do my
You
best.
had my character murder all the lizard people.
Well, you know, you
They
can't just
attacked
collect
Viz, come
NPCs
on.
forever.
Okay, then yeah, if they attacked Viz, then I agree. Good
That's
job.
what you would do. You would save Viz.
But they were also hungry. We could have helped with that.
But they attacked Viz. Come on.
They attacked Viz. Let's be
I
real.
don't.
You would
have
not let them
context
live
to make
for
a
that.
decision. Let's let it go and not hold this against my character.
Take his murder.
All right. Good food.
Good food.
Bad DM. Good food.
Hey. That's not true. I could kill Viz at any point.
No, then you'd be a murderer.
Then I'd be a good DM.
No, you don't kill the NPC.
I'm pretty sure every DM
But,
forever puts NPCs in danger.
Remember when Apollos destroyed a bunch of NPCs because we wouldn't stop collecting them?
I did do that.
Which ones did you destroy?
I mean, it just kind of like they stopped existing as far as you're aware, and then
Yeah, they just stopped existing. That's really
none
it.
of none of you have tried to figure out what happened to them.
Okay, guys, why don't we go do this? And probably for the forever future going forward, that lady offered Tide a butt ton of money for a flower, but we probably just broke our ties with her. But let's keep an open mind. If we stop the, well, I don't know this part. Let's keep an open mind. If we find things that we think the potion lady would want, we should keep them and come back and trade with her or sell them, and then we can give that money to the beast folk.
Yeah,
We should
if you
kill her.
want, I paid your debt, and I think she also mentioned something about they could make some trade lines with our beast folk. I asked them about that, and they said they could
You
trade.
paid her 1,500 gold for these potions? She said I could have them.
No, it was only 200.
Oh, Leon. You're too nice.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Look, she helped me realize some very important things. We owe her. Okay, it's fine.
Fine, but I think it's a good thing to keep in mind. We can make some butt ton of money off of her.
Yeah. Well, let's just be good. I think she really showed Tide some things or something.
Oh yeah, Tide, she showed you something?
She was very helpful, yeah.
She
Oh,
was
good.
a bitch.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't think so.
I think she was kind of a bitch.
But I think we need to go and take care of this beast now. Wait,
Yeah,
actually,
and
before that,
maybe-
did we order the icebreakers for the ship? Did we order that?
Yeah, I think you
that's
guys
what
had kind of like.
we've been waiting for.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you guys.
Okay.
I
had
think
kinda,
the
like, set
Reavers
up
did it,
that
but
phase.
the king of the Reavers is here now. So, dude.
dude.
Going back a
Hey,
little
James.
bit, at Tinka's mention of Silwyn not looking normal, Timothy's just going to turn to Anna and go, "Have you always had horns?"
Pretty much, yeah.
Did you finally roll that?
Yeah, a few sessions ago. And
I love it. Just looking for an opportunity. That's awesome.
Oh, I want to kill spell slots so bad. Okay.
Technically, I had them hidden when we first met, but when I spent time in the Feywilds, I grew them out just a little bit.
Timothy's just going to give a skeptical nod and be like, "Okay."
Timothy,
Noted.
you know I'm a satyr, right?
What?
She's gonna, like, reveal some of her, like, ankle and show the fuzziness and the hoof.
Wait, you're not human?
No.
You lost him with the totally human thing a while ago, remember?
I was raised to pretend to be human, so when we first met, I was playing as I was essentially selling myself as a human. I actually thought I was human. I was just cursed for a long time. But it turns out, no, my father just is an archfey, and I take after him.
Mithy is just gonna nod like speculatively and just be like, okay, and just like take all of this in.
How much of it did he actually understand?
Almost none of it.
Yeah, okay, cool. That's what I thought.
To answer your question, yes, I've got horns.
Sick horns, bro.
Hey, guys, want to go kill a Hydra? Or whatever we said this thing was.
Oh God, okay.
Oh, and if it kills Silwyn, 2 birds, 1 stone, right?
What the fuck? It's fine. It's fine.
Now
This is
that
what I got.
we're kind of away from everything and it's just us, I do want to say I get a feeling that this great impending doom that she mentioned to us it's not as close in our future as we're being made to believe.
I wouldn't be too sure about that. So, I've unfortunately seen something like that already. When I was in the Feywilds, we had a celebration to we had our own sort of alignment, and we had a celebration that was supposed to bring together my father's court and the Seelie court. And even though it went against the very laws of Fae and the very rules of the land, the Unseelie were able to break in and everything almost got ruined. Essentially, the dark came in and tried to corrupt the light, but we were able to stop it. However, if that happened here, essentially, it would mean things are thin enough that the darkness of the abyss could come and try to corrupt this world. And I also, if this old one's power helped the Unseelie to almost kill all of us and almost ruin peace negotiations forever between us and the Seelie, which would have just been very, very bad. Essentially, I think it puts all of us at risk. We need to figure out when the next alignment is going to happen, because those walls thinning is no joke.
Yes, our enemy has definitely proven as well to use and manipulate actions across the centuries to seek their own ends. I wouldn't be surprised if they have some time tricks up their sleeve. But before we head out, does anyone do we need to discuss anything before we head out for this beast?
We already discussed that Anna has horns, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, cool. We're all on the same page.
Yeah, I think it's just Timothy noticing it finally.
Oh, okay.
I
Anything
figured
else you
everybody
don't know?
else noticed that a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. Is there anything else you think is human, Timothy?
Not that anyone's proven otherwise. So
Okay.
I don't. Everyone who I don't think is a human has proven themselves as such. So I think we're good.
Me?
Leon's gonna
Me
make
too?
like eyes at like his back where his wings come out, and
I think
like,
Timothy's
When you
seen
were
the
never
wings. So like
human.
Timothy's. I think Timothy definitely knows Leon's not human.
okay.
I think Timothy's seen the wings.
Yeah, you used them against the Enclave folks.
So
Trying to
let's
save
be
it is.
clear. Everybody who was trying to convince everybody else that they were human earlier has come out as an angel and a fairy princess, respectively.
Sounds about right. No humans in this group.
Not a one. Except maybe James.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, what are you?
He's a dwarf, not a human.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, okay.
Very clearly short and stocky. We keep calling him
But has
Voodoo.
been putting on makeup to
Weird
appear older, as I recall.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
a peeling beard and a fake scar.
Mhm. Yeah.
He's so funny.
The eye patch doesn't even like
Yeah,
need it
doesn't
either.
need the eye patch.
Oh, just because I wasn't here last session when it was talked about, but I heard it in the recap, something about cold weather clothes.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's
So
winter.
We've purchased cold
Yes.
weather clothes, but Sylvan's purchased extra so that I can, because I can very easily make some pretty looking cloaks. That would
Yes.
very
That
easy.
sewing skill
Yeah,
was
we're-
kind of the thought process.
We
right?
That sewing
essentially
skill was the
docked
question.
into Skyrim, and we bought us some cloaks to be worn.
Yeah, that's the gist.
Yeah.
Sweet rolls. We bought sweet rolls.
Did you?
Cool, but I probably don't have time to
Not yet.
make a pretty one before we head out, right?
Right. Yeah, it's gonna take some time,
Yeah,
right? You guys are
okay,
here for like
it'll be for the
basically a day.
future.
That's like a ship adventure thing.
Right.
Yeah, it's a
your
boat
downtime.
craft.
Yeah, that's what I'm usually doing in the downtime in the ship is working on different outfits for a project.
Awesome. So
Please tell me
Fashion's
the
cool.
project is a one-man show.
Project Runway. I hope so.
Timothy's gonna finish his food, stand up, or be like, "All right, we got to kill this thing." Selwyn, you help us out with this. It'll be a step down the right path.
I
I'm
was
not gonna
already
kill you yet.
You won't kill me yet. Timothy, please don't kill me at all. Listen, I'm not what you think. I'm just trying to survive until we can find a way through.
Prove it. Actions speak louder than words.
Fine.
With that, Timothy's just gonna walk out and start heading out toward the, a rally
Someone's
point
gonna
outside
stomp
to gather
her
up.
feet very loudly following Timothy. Like a small toddler who's upset. Just a cursed girl standing in front of a holy boy asking him not to kill her.
Oh no.
the lyrics to the fantasy 80s song.
Perfect.
So you guys have this meal. It's delicious. The drinks are wonderful. You end up getting some frost ale, and she does Ragna does bring over something called the Wolf's Bite. It's basically like this really potent liquor. It got a kind of like a spicy flair to it, if anyone partakes. And they also have like a wild berry juice for those who don't want the alcoholic things. All of
Think
the
you'll
food is
take both.
delicious. Are you drinking all of it right now?
I think you'll probably walk with the mug of juice, but take the shot.
Okay.
Yeah. Leon wanting to experience new things and also being unsettled due to his recent epiphanies is going to take the shot of the special alcohol.
Okay.
Oh.
I need you guys to make Constitution saving throws.
Is it against? Oh no, I don't have guns. Okay.
It is not magic.
Oh no.
Leon, you're
Is Tinker within 10 feet of me?
doesn't matter. Not for this. Your aura isn't gonna help. Leon, you're for whatever reason, and maybe it's just because like you have such steely resolve right now. You take the shot, and it's kind of gnarly to you, but it doesn't seem to do anything to you. Tinka, you on the other hand, take it to the face, and suddenly your entire face is kind of numb. You're going to be rolling with disadvantage on anything for the next couple hours.
Okay.
It
Timothy, you
doesn't
gotta
help if
try
she's-
this, man.
Does it help if she's within 10 feet of me and of Timothy?
No, this auras do not
Because that
protect
means
against
+6.
booze.
Everything's fine.
even with a +6, you would fail. So
All right, guys, let's kill a Hydra, man.
let's go kill a Hydra. She is Tommy Chong.
Now I
So it's by the time you guys have come here and settled and had some food, an hour or so has passed. You guys all begin to stand up to find out where this thing is located. You have like a vague direction that it's supposed to be a couple hours hike north, and a little bit into the east. There's this frozen lake that apparently it has stayed around. That's where they lost some of their scouts, folks who have gone like hunting parties. And about the time that you all are standing up, kind of gathering all your things, you begin to hear this low rumble in the distance. And it sounds almost like a roll of thunder at first overhead, but then it doesn't end. Just this continuous roll that becomes a low thrumming sound.
Well, we might not have to go for much of a search, everyone.
I love this song.
It's a great song. You guys step out of
Someone
the...
starts playing her lute to the beat.
to the tune. It's like, yeah, you find like the same pitch. It's a little sharp, so you have to like up
I'm gonna tune it slightly, but then I'm able to play it like.
But give me a performance check.
Tinka's dancing, and it's pretty okay.
It's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Oh my god, it was almost a nat 1.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, it's got a harmony to it. How long do you play to it?
I don't know, like 30 seconds, a minute, a whole minute.
Over the course of that minute,
figure it out, and then I'm like, seeing if I can nail it.
Yeah, it sounds. The tuning continues to drop lower. So you have to like every time you just about get it, you have to detune a little bit and detune a little bit and detune a little bit. And so like it's good with what you can get, but it's a little bit sharp at points, and then you have to fix it and
keep having a drop tune.
Yeah, you can't. It's very clear though that like the pitch of this is related to proximity.
Someone gets frustrated for a second and shakes her hand at the sky. What I wouldn't give for a capo.
Magical capo. That's a cool
magical
magic
capo.
There's gotta be a spell we can turn into capo.
There must be some way to do easier drop detuning, for fuck's sake.
Do you guys go outside?
Oh, I thought we were outside.
Yeah.
The inside looks like the outside.
Investigate the sound.
Cool. You see, as soon as you step outside, it kind of becomes louder. It's not just a thrumming that kind of like when you like if you're inside a building and you hear a car on outside, you know, it's kind of, you can hear that, but you go outside, it becomes much more potent. The same thing is true. There's like this almost pulsating and you look up, it's like the city is clear enough that you can see into the mountains quite a ways. There are mountains and cliff faces and everything that kind of continue on outside the city or outside the town, and still you can't really tell how far off it is. Maybe a mile, half a mile or so. Coming through some of the surrounding cliffs, a large black skyship with black sails appears.
Do we know that? Oh shit, it's the pirate that's trying to kill us.
Oh, fuck.
It appears to be heading towards the direction of the town. It's kind of coming towards you, hovering just a few hundred feet over the treetops at first, but getting lower. Seems like it's coming in pretty intensely, with intention. You see it pass by some of the trees below, and as that thrumming, you kind of like can see what's happening. Any loose snow gets shaken off and kind of becomes like a white mist in the air as the trees are uncovered from the loose snow, revealing the evergreen underneath. Some kind of downward projection. Himothy, roll for me an Arcana at advantage. DC here is 10. Tinka, I also need you to roll me here a history check, just a straight roll.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Jesus Christ.
We love it. Love to see both of these. Himothy, these are Ethereum engines, and powerful ones. The ship, you just, from, like, you can hear it You've been on skyships. You've studied Ethereum a little bit back when you were in Emberthrone. Not terribly much, but enough to at least be aware. This ship must move fast, like far faster than any kind of vessel that normal people would be traveling on. It's also kind of got like a unique structure to how it's built. You think it would be like extremely aerodynamic. You've spent some time on like passenger airships. This is not that. As you came from Torios to Sarsia, and spent that time in Emberthrone, looking at this overall design, the passenger vessels that you are familiar with, like the Emberthrone ones, they could easily move, faster than a sailing ship. You would expect that, and so a trip that was pretty like a straight shot for you. The 3 days it took you to get from one end of Sarsia to the other, you gather could probably be traversed in a matter of hours by comparison. Tinka, you recognize something strange about this.
Okay.
Do you remember the conversation that Tinka had with Professor Scuttleknock in the Session 0?
Yeah. That there were attacks that were happening
in Emberthrone, and that ships had gone missing, people had gone missing, specifically like airship designers and craftsmen, ships with some kind of cloaking that made them impossible to see by the Arcanists in Emberthrone. This feels a lot like that.
Like one of the bad ones.
You don't know if it's bad, but you definitely have a perception that this is some kind of advanced airship. Because you've been on airships as well. It's not like any of those.
Dude.
I
Is this the pirate lady ship? Is this her ship?
is it?
It is not. You don't recognize this ship. In fact,
It is not.
you know that Nixie doesn't use flying vessels. She's explicitly a sailor. It's something else.
Is this the Enclave?
Oh, does anyone?
Do I?
Yeah, I mean, Timothy would share like. Timothy would share that, like, yeah, guys, this thing's able to move quick. I don't think there's any outrunning this. We need to be ready for whatever this is.
These are bad people, man. They're bad. My friend, the professor, we talked about the professor all the time. He said that ships were getting attacked by ships like this. Professor Scuttleknock, you know him. Oh my god.
Oh, actually,
Actually,
small world. That's crazy.
Yeah, but he said these are the bad ones, so we need to be on guard.
Leon looks really confused at Tinka and is like, who? I've never heard you talk about this person.
Yes,
at
you
all."
have. But we talk about him all the time.
Huh?
I think it's drunk, dude. Deal with it.
and Timothy legitimately knows this guy. Spent some time with him.
He's like, yeah, we know.
Yeah, we're right. You same guy. The ship comes moving in. It's moving it's moving still pretty fast as it's coming in, right? Like there's definitely no way you can outrun it over the just few seconds that you've been talking. It has closed half the distance and it's coming just fast enough to rest over the city. It stays in this hovering stillness over the top of the town. And on the edge of the ship, you see a humanoid with silvery hair, wearing all black with green accents on a waistcoat. And quite elegantly, actually, let me roll to see how good it is. Yeah,
One.
It's 18. So
No.
plus the modifiers. This dude, he jumps off, and it is the most commanding kind of jump. Like he looks almost heroic as he jumps, and lands on the ground. He falls slowly. You can give me
Like a feather.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can give me arcana. Yeah, well, like a feather fall. I think Tinka would know that. It's a simple enough spell.
All of the feather variety.
He, they, you can't tell if it's a male or female, but they jump from the side of the ship and drift down kind of casually until landing on the ground ahead of you. And after them, a larger group of folks follow, about 8 or 10 or so. Some who disembark the same way, just jumping off the edge of the ship, kind of gliding slowly down, and others down rope ladders that drop. And they kind of move, they all move down pretty swiftly. And standing before you, kind of like walking into the city, is this elegant looking androgynous elf with silver hair. Ageless, it seems, but with this commanding presence. They stand tall, arms held behind their back as they survey the scene. Let me show you this fella.
Oh, that's the shy.
Oh, he's
Oh,
even
hey.
creepier.
You guys
And-
think he's creepy? Okay,
This
well,
is another guy
please-
that Sylvan gets killed.
I'm immediately. I'm like,
It's
well,
the too
hello
much
there.
eyeshadow and orange eyes in
Why are you-
contrast.
I like the
Giga
gold, the
Chad,
creepy
yeah.
gold eyes.
You just called them creepy.
Yeah, but I like them. They're pretty
Yeah,
too.
she's into that.
I'm into that. I'm into it.
So are we diverting course now? We're gonna go talk to what's his name?
I think we have to.
Yeah,
Alright,
I don't
let's
think
go
they're
back to
giving
the-
us much of a choice. They've just para-dropped in front of us. I think we
Alright.
I mean,
They
that
kind of
and
cut
the
you
four
off.
of us that have heard what the four of us that heard what Faline was saying.
Yes.
Oh, they're gonna kill me! They're gonna kill me!
They're gonna kill all of
Go
us.
invisible.
I'm
Wait,
going
how many
invisible.
There-
Is
Casted
there
invisibility.
any obvious symbols that we can see that match what we know of from the enclave that
Perception
I don't know
check.
if we've seen any.
Sylvan, you go to cast invisibility and he waves his hand and it doesn't fire off.
He counterspelled me.
He counterspelled me.
Anna, you don't
Oh, I forgot to
notice
say what
anything
I
other than the
do
fact
for
it's
invisibility.
green.
So I tried to
Cool.
pay my loot to go invisible and like a string breaks.
no, it's not like anything happened on your side. You didn't fail to cast. It just didn't work. Himothy,
Someone looks around panicked. Panicked.
you notice around his lapel, well actually it's really more around his collar, like right where like the tie would, or their tie would connect. Again, not male or female. You notice a similar pendant, but like much more elegantly crafted than the one that Faline wears, with a stag's head on it. He speaks and he says, "Steward Faline, where is she?"
She left.
What do you mean she left? She called for us.
Someone shrugs. Ah.
She walked out of the building and into the woods.
Yeah, it was the last we saw her. She called for you, and she walked off into those woods, and Lionel pointed in the direction of them.
I understand you know who I am. You said she called for me.
Well, she called for someone. I mean, I don't
We
know.
suspect that it's you.
It's you.
Perhaps.
You called
I
out
think-
for someone.
I think you said she called you.
Yes,
Yeah.
the response indicated you knew who I was.
I have no idea who you are.
I see.
He made an educated
Wait, are you
guess.
that guy from the band? The loot goblin?
How far, like, are you situated in the group with everybody else, Tinka? Like, how close are you to everyone?
No. Because I have things I could do either way. If she's with the group or if she's not with the group. I don't know if she's still dancing somewhere.
No, I mean, you're close enough. The question is, like, how close are you to? You're, like, in, like, a very tight-knit group here, or are you kind of, like, spread out? You think you're, like, half
Probably
back?
spread out, I would think.
Okay. He waves his hand again, and suddenly you just hear and silence. You can't talk. You can't hear anything. You're just silenced. He says, I think we need to have a conversation. And about that time, you see Faline step forward. You haven't really seen her in the last couple hours. She comes walking from behind one of the nearby buildings with her bow in hand, and she says, "Hi, Warden." The androgynous elf looks at her and then motions to the group that's behind him, just a wave of the hand, and you see three of them walk over and grapple her, one on either side of holding each one of her arms, and the third kind of behind her in this grapple. Says, "Yes,
Whoa.
I'm the High Warden, Shai Kalan of the Emerald Enclave. I understand from my steward this group has allegedly harbored a source of shall we say, the corruptions that we amassed to fight in the north. Steward Faeline has also informed me that she believes there is no other option but to, shall we say, put down this individual and any who would stand with him. In addition, I understand this group has murdered some of our Circle of the Air stewards while on a mission to capture a corrupted dragonkin. As such, this particular steward was labeled a traitor, though has continued to deliver some important information. He looks at Faeline. Don't believe for a second your actions and the passivity you've had towards these circumstances has been unnoticed. We'll yet deal with your crimes. He looks back to the group. I believe it's time we talked. There's much missing from the information we have between unfortunate events, vague or unverified claims and messages. The most recent declaration of Steward Faeline only just an hour ago or so was to kill you all, as heartless as that may seem. And the Enclave is not really in the habit of merely being a force of destruction to, quote, keep things clear and in order, unquote. No, we operate as a force of the living to keep the natural order. Corruption, of course, is not in order, but merely murdering when alternatives can be sourced. That is our habit. A lesson that I believe young Faeline has perhaps misunderstood. First things first, Sheena must speak. It's important to understand all aspects of the last few months. He looks back at Faeline, arms crossed behind his back as he speaks. Trust me, Steward, everything will come to light swiftly, and justice or reprimand will occur accordingly. Again, looking back at you all. And then after, the rest of us shall sit down and peacefully discuss further. Unless, that is, you would like for us to just eradicate you all now and we can be on our way.
No, Leon's gonna put his hands up and be like, I think there was some miscommunication. I think if we talk this out, we'll find that we have some common ground, Mr. High Warden. It's all good.
Understood. You may go back to the inn. You may go about your business. My other stewards will keep a watchful eye and come grab you when the time comes. For now, just stay put.
We were on our way to go deal with something that's threatening the village.
Understood. Time will tell if that's whether or not that's necessary. But for now, stay where you are.
Did I do a good enough job pretending like I didn't belong to this group?
Roll for me, deception.
Okay.
Surprisingly, yes.
Cool. I'm
Roll
like
a-
sitting on like a stoop or something and like drinking and just like looking like I'm like, oh, what's this?
I rolled
What
stupid
happened?
low for that. There's plenty of other things going on. That he doesn't notice.
Leon's gonna
They don't
call out.
notice.
He's gonna be like, hey, Duzin, get over here. Come with us.
As soon as you do that, he motions another like 2-finger kind of motion to some of his other crew, and they come over and kind of usher you forward.
Can I elbow one of the reavers and be like, you heard them, Duzu, and you go to your friends?
Make another deception check.
Hell yeah. I was born for this.
With your +0 to deception?
Yeah, one of them's like, he kind of starts walking towards the other guy, but the other two are like, they kind of like grab him by the jacket and pull him over, and they're like, no, this guy. They pull you over, and then the High Warden, he says, or he doesn't even say anything. He just kind of motions to the 3 that are holding Faeline, and they wrap her hands in rope. They like tie her hands, and one of the larger ones like hoists her over his shoulder and begins carrying up the rope ladder. The Shy, on the other hand, steps back to the ship and ascends to the deck very gracefully, still arms kind of clasped behind their back, while the rest scurry up the rope ladder. The majority of the members here, though, stay kind of amongst you. The leader of which, kind of like a secondary in command, a human with a scraggly-looking beard and hair, says, you may go about your business. Just don't plan on leaving. We'll come find you when we're ready. Just for now.
He's gonna nod and say, "I think we should stay put in the inn."
Good choice. You guys, unless anybody wants to do anything else, do you go back to the inn, I guess?
I'll stop by because I assume Selwyn has the fur she wanted me to work with. I could swing by the ship real fast and grab some fabric and start working on the cloaks. I don't know how long it's gonna take. It could take an hour. It could take longer. So
The furs are in our room.
Cool.
They never liked that band anyway, man.
Leon is gonna just find like a quiet place to like pray to Tetris. It's been a long day. He's had his faith questioned. He's just gonna like, while he's waiting for the conversation, he's just gonna like, like atone or get back in touch with his holy side here.
He's gonna go do some repentance prayers.
Yeah, some meditation, some prayers, some
Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Right. Too bad there's not a priest here. Yeah.
One is permanently screaming this entire time that she's gonna die.
Like openly?
No, internally.
Oh, internally. I thought you said she was screaming.
I said the words internally.
It cut out for me. I'm sorry.
I'll forgive you.
I was like, this could be fun.
Openly? Great. Apollo says always looking for any opportunity to destroy me.
I just confirm what your RP decisions are, and then I roll.
Okay, yeah. I've learned, Apollo, so when you ask me, are you sure you want to do that? My answer should be no. Should be. But I still sometimes do it.
I think they're great decisions if they add the story. So Tinka?
Tinka's going back to the inn and trying to make it as convincing as possible that she's just gonna go get another drink.
Okay. What is she actually doing?
She's gonna go get Viz to drink that potion immediately.
Okay. So Viz is still in the inn, right? He just went back upstairs.
Right. Yeah, he didn't come with.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so you have him go ahead and drink it. Mark that down.
And explain to him that you're not a dragon. There's nothing wrong with you. You're just a guy. You're just traveling with us. Do you think it's safer for you on the ship, or do you think it's safer for you here?
What are you talking about? What has happened?
The Enclave is here.
The ones who tried to capture me.
Yes, that's why you had to drink the potion so you don't look sick.
I see. Well, if I look fine, then it doesn't really matter, I don't suppose. I go wherever I feel like I should be. I can stay here, just keep the door closed.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure they're gonna try and search everything because they were sent here to kill all of us.
I see. This is not good.
No.
Can we make it to the ship? Can we go?
They don't know who you are, so you can make it to the ship. I don't think I'll be able to make it to the ship with you unless I change how I look.
You can do
which
that,
I can
right?
do.
Yes. So do it.
Yeah, I can. All right. I'm gonna cast Disguise Self, and I'm going to make Tinka look like a child that looks like it could be Viz's child.
Okay. Love it.
But she can't go to full human height.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, so everything kind of just shifts to that of this young child, probably 8 to 10 years old or so. He gathers all of the things, and you guys go to leave the room. And do you head just straight out? Or are you casually going through the inn? What's the play here?
Probably just as convincingly as we can.
Okay.
Maybe grabbing a pastry. I don't know if the inn has pastry, if there's a pastry shop, just looking like a tourist at the worst time of year.
Okay. You can no pastries. There is more stone bread. You could grab stone bread, stone baked bread. You can give me if you will, and I'll do this for Viz. A performance check or deception, your choice.
They're both +0. Let's go.
Okay. Surprisingly, Viz is extremely charismatic. Nobody's any the wiser. Huh? Well,
That's not surprising at all.
because he has different stats now that he's not as powerful as he once was.
Yeah.
He has much lesser stats by comparison. Yeah. So the two of you, let me roll counter rolls here. Nope, you guys are good. Yeah, you are able to kind of start heading back towards the ship. You do see quite a few of the Enclave members just kind of out and about, looking very casual. They don't really seem too upset by what's happening. They're just kind of like going about their day. You do see one of them like shopping. Seems like they're enjoying themselves.
Enclave shopping montage.
Yeah. Give me a perception.
I guess, like, since Anna went to the ship to get some fabric, they'd probably see each other on her way back.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, for sure. Or at some point.
Tinka would just Anna would have seen Tinka do this before quite often to make fun of people, but Tinka will just wink at Anna and hopefully
Anna's gonna look at Viz and look at Tinka and just sort of like shake her head, like to others in like a crazy kids sort of way, but in like crazy people, what are they doing here? But to sort of shake her head to be like, don't do anything stupid.
Tinka's still drunk, by the way. Let's see if you
drunk child.
Yeah, a giggling drunk child, which does look a little strange. I should have made you roll that stuff at disadvantage, but yeah, we're here.
I already had disadvantage and didn't, so I can reroll everything.
Nah,
again.
you're fine. Well, yes, please do if you had disadvantage already.
Because she's drunk. Okay, that turns to a 13.
Okay.
That one goes to 9.
Perfect. I still rolled super low. You, perception wise, again, you just kind of see most of these folks going, but they seem to be like almost like tourists themselves, going about their day. There's all different manner of folk here, elves, half elves, orc, dwarven folk, and anyway, it's just a smattering of people who are kind of like going about things. You do hear some like muttering between a couple of them, but you can't make out exactly what it is. They don't really seem to notice as you guys head back to the ship. In the clear.
Okay, so we're back to the ship. Okay, they know that I'm supposed to be in the inn. I can't stay with you this whole time. What can we do? How do we help you? What
can we not get the whole crew and just leave?
No. They told us we can't leave.
What are we supposed to do? This does not seem like the other ship. This seems scarier.
It seems like the head honcho.
Is that who it is?
Yeah, he said his name was Head Honcho.
I don't know what that means.
I don't either.
Are you okay? You're acting strange.
They gave me this weird drink, and I just thought it was a drink, and it wasn't.
Should you have had the
now
potion
I'm a little.
me?
Woo. No, it was like a boozy drink.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we can't leave. You have to, like, I don't know. It looks strange if you're in a childlike form and acting this.
No, I'm gonna drop it and go back as myself, but I don't know how we hide you the best way.
I cannot polymorph
Like, do you feel well enough that you can? I don't know.
I have tried. Even now, I don't feel. My magic is very limited by comparison. I don't think I could do anything I used to be able to do.
It's okay. I wonder if we have extra clothes for the Reavers. Maybe we can just make you look like a ship hand.
That I can do, yes. I will go and find new clothing.
Okay, Tinka's gonna drop the disguise self and then just go back to the inn and try and just look non-suspicious. And then she saw Anna carrying fabric. She's gonna grab like a bed sheet to make it look like she's also carrying fabric.
Grabbing things. Cool. Coming in, make me another performance or deception. Your choice. It doesn't matter. I rolled a 4.
Okay, cool.
God, these guys are not paying attention to anything.
Yeah, we love that.
It's fine. It holds. They're like, I don't know. It is what it is. So you guys have a little time until they come gather you. Is there anything else anybody wants to do during this downtime? You can have a short rest if anybody needs one. I don't know. I think you already used yours, so I don't know that it matters.
Yeah.
Timothy's gonna spend some time
I'm
with
gonna do a short
Elantari.
rest, get those 7 HPs back.
Dope.
Leon's
probably do a
gonna
long rest
try to
'cause she's
talk
drunk.
to
Can't do a
what's
long
the name
rest.
of our golem again? I forget.
Tundra.
Frost or Tundra.
Right.
It's gonna be like just we're just gonna talk to these guys. Just be calm. Just don't attack anything. Just be chill. Don't tell them too much, please.
Understood.
Just yeah.
I can
Don't
do
tell
that.
them who I am.
You see him kind of like lean in when you say that, and he whispers, "Of course."
Thank you.
And then he kind of like puts his hand up in like an honorary like to his chest, across his chest, and then he like catches himself
he
doing
finger-
that. No,
And like Leon give him like
bow.
a silent nod, like a show of like earned respect sort of thing.
Love it. Tinka, you do not have time for a long rest. That is 8 hours uninterrupted. You do not have that. This is
Okay,
min-maxy
no, but
as hell.
she's-
I'm calling it out.
But she's drunk. What are you talking
Right.
about? She won't even feel
Right.
the 8 hours.
Yep, and then all of a
Also-
sudden,
Do they really need Tinka? Could Bridget go take a nap? Yeah.
no.
Come on.
No. Cool. So unless anybody has like anything specific, we will kind of fast forward to next thing.
Timothy was
do
actually
I-
gonna spend some.
Okay.
Timothy was gonna
first.
spend some time with Elantari
Okay.
and just reflect on the second Titan getting released, seeing the other fragment of Elantari in the Titan's weapon, everything that was going on with Silwyn and the vision of the other Titan, the Enclave coming, and just see like how each of those different things, what sort of feelings he gets from Elantari about just everything that's been happening recently.
Yeah, so kind of going through them. Anything Titan related, you sense fear and like anxiety. The Silwyn stuff, you sense anger, but not rage. There's a distinction between the two. You or wrath. You don't sense wrath, just anger. For this situation in particular, you have a sense of confusion and like not understanding what's going on. What else did I miss? Kind of giving you very high level vague things.
I guess another one specifically would just be like reflecting on the fact that like a fragment of Elantari
Oh, right,
has
right.
been in the Titan's weapon.
Longing.
And like what sort of I guess sort of a desire for reunification.
Longing, regret a little bit. That well, I
Aw.
won't give anything else. Regret, sadness. There's a piece of them. Yeah. Desire. That's actually probably the one you feel the most range of emotion around.
Yeah. I think at that point Timothy will give almost like a reassuring squeeze to the hilt and just be like, yeah, I understand, kind of what you're feeling there, and I'll try my best to get all the pieces back.
When you do
Make
that,
promise to Elantari.
you feel comfort and resolve. Awesome.
Was the reassuring squeeze he gave the sword visible to the rest of us?
Where's he doing this?
Would have been like alone in the room, just like taking some time to
Gotcha.
reflect.
Okay,
And,
okay,
have a moment
okay.
with myself.
I was just wondering whether or not we all caught you feeling up your sword. So
Ooh.
It wouldn't be strange though for someone who's kind of like a knight to polish and sharpen a sword, right? That wouldn't be out of
Right.
place.
Also, you need to stay on his good side.
Right. I wish you were out in the open. Anna, what were you gonna do?
Oh
I-
my god.
Well, I got that.
reassuring squeeze on the sword alone in the room where no one else knows polishing his sword.
Gross.
I'm dead.
See,
Moving
this is
on
why
from
we need that spell.
Moving on from that as quick as possible.
Right.
So I got that
Ugh.
fabric. Someone has the
Mhm.
fur in the room. Can I crank out one cloak at least, or
Yeah,
can
yeah,
I
for
at least
sure.
get
I
started
think
on
I
it?
think you can absolutely get started on it. You don't. I'll say like it takes a while to like hand sew stuff. It'll take a couple hours, but you can definitely get started. Kind of fashioning some pieces together. Especially like designing what it is that you want to do and kind of what you want it to look like. For sure, absolutely, you have plenty
I
of time.
think the moment they say pretty cloak, Anna's got something like pictured
Awesome.
in her head. It's just the fact that like honestly for me, the longest part of sewing is never the sewing. It's the cutting of the fabric. That should take
It is.
forever.
It is. That is always what takes the longest. Like measuring
Like the sewing
measuring the pattern.
the sewing itself takes about 5 fucking seconds. Cutting out the fabric takes me days.
Oh, there you go. There's your
Yes.
IRL math.
Measure
for it.
twice, cut
Cut
once.
Yes, measure
Mhm.
twice. Yep.
Woodworking 101.
Yes.
And don't cut your fingers off like I almost did.
So Anna's at least cutting the
God.
pieces out for one of the cloaks.
Love it. Cool.
Yeah, she's just kind of doing that.
I think what Silwan got color-wise was like black, white, brown, and gray. So like that's your color
So
scheme to
I
work with.
figure Sloan got hers, start with hers, and
Mhm.
so I was gonna start with red fabric over the top and then
Oh,
lined
okay.
with black fur.
Love that.
That way it's got and maybe some embroidery along the edges. We'll see.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I love how this is playing out. Then we can AI art some actual versions of it.
Tinka's gonna drop a bed sheet off and go, I got you more fabric.
Anna's gonna blink at her and just go, "Thank you."
You're so welcome. And then Tinka leaves.
Roll for me a dexterity saving throw.
Me?
Yep. Let's see if you stumble.
I have disadvantage. Oh.
Ugh.
Oh, you were robbed.
You definitely you drop the sheet off and like trip over the tail of it and like stumble over a little bit. You catch yourself, but it's definitely noticeable by folks who are in the inn. Right now, it's mostly you guys.
Oh, I thought we were in a room. That's embarrassing. Okay.
Ooh.
All good, guys. All good. Don't drink
Everything's
the drink,
fine.
man.
Just a potent liquor. A few hours pass, and eventually the scraggly-haired man does walk into the tavern. He speaks openly just in the room, like he doesn't address anybody, and he says, "All right, we're ready to meet. Best if you leave your weapons here, you won't need them."
Huh.
That means focuses too.
I know. I'm trying to think if I can sneak one. I only have the wand that's a focus, so I don't think I can sneak that. I'm assuming a wand is pretty large.
For you, it would be pretty large for a gnome. Yeah.
But so she's got a long skirt. Could I tie it to her leg, or do you think they're gonna check?
I will make you make a sleight of hand if you're trying to do anything like hiding it, and it's like it doesn't necessarily matter where. It's just going to be opposed. Sleight of
All
hand.
right, then we'll just YOLO it. I wish we had a monk.
Leon's gonna purposely put like his holy symbol on like somewhere they can see, but he's gonna try to keep the epoch shard like.
Okay. Yeah. They wouldn't know. What
Yeah,
that
he's
is.
gonna try to take it with him. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. That's fair.
He's, I guess, going to reluctantly leave Elentari behind.
Oh wait, I think I changed my mind. Can I have Tinka put her hair in a bun and then put the wand through the bun like it's holding
Like
it
a
in place?
chopstick.
I love that.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Okay. Do we still need me to sleight of hand it?
Um.
And it's been a couple hours. She's sober now, right?
Yeah. We'll say she's sober at this
Oh.
point. She just has a little bit of a headache. I'm not gonna make it a disadvantage or anything. It's just it's a RP condition. Yeah, you do that. It's not sleight of hand at this point necessarily. Well, that's not true. Do they see like? Would she like take it out as if it's the focus in response to that and then put it up, or is she like trying to do this separately because they've just said leave everything?
She'll probably do it in a few minutes when like people have stopped paying as much attention. just to make it look less suspicious.
Okay, then yeah, still give me a sleight of hand, and I'll do an opposed.
Oh, no.
Yeah, with your nat 1, a critical fail. One of them looks over and says, "You don't need it. Seriously, put it down. Let's go."
She puts it down.
Cool.
I
You
will hesitantly leave her sword behind.
lovely. Yeah, I mean, like they're not being aggressors necessarily in this moment. They're just like, you legitimately, you don't need it. You're more than welcome to roll insight if anybody wants to. I'll be open about this stuff.
I didn't need it to eat soup either, but it was nice to have with me.
Yeah, it's a comfort sword, like a comfort blanket.
Exactly. It's an emotional support sword.
I have an emotional support
I mean,
sword.
I'm
mine
about
gives
to
me
go get
emotional support. It
interrogation.
gives me emotion.
So, my focus is like this little totem on a necklace that hangs down from me.
I'm gonna say they
but-
wouldn't know what that is.
I would take it off anyway.
Okay,
That's like a sign of good faith.
cool. Love that. Captain could have been the only one to try and fight off this entire group of people. The scraggly haired man kind of leads you to the base of the ship. It's not terribly far off from the end at this point. It's just kind of like hovering over the city. And that thrum has kind of settled in the time that it's been here. You don't really exactly know what it is, but it's kind of petered off, and now it's just mostly silent, or like what you would just expect like regular white noise of the open natural area. They take you to the ladders and kind of like help you up the ladders a little bit, at least to get started, and then follow you up. When you get to the top, there's a dark-skinned dwarf who's kind of waiting. He opens up one of the doors into the lower part of the secondary deck, and then he takes you to kind of like the long way through the ship, all the way to the rear of the ship, and opens two doors. They kind of like open up inside this gathering room. It's a very elegant room. Around the outsides of the walls are these circular windows that kind of showcase the cloud level where you guys are. In the center of the room is a table, and surrounding it chairs for all of you to sit. There's a warm fire crackling in the back of the room, and then you see the High Warden standing at the far end of the table, and seated next to him is Faylene, and they motion for you to come in and have a seat. Let's place you guys on the meeting room.
Leon's gonna come in, have a seat. Thank you for the tour, High Warden. This is quite the ship you have.
Well, thank you. Wouldn't call it a tour. This is just expected. Please have a seat. Let's get a round of perception checks from everybody real quick when you enter in the room. Cool.
These guys are all about protecting the natural order of things, right?
Yeah.
Does this whole space feel very not natural order of things to anybody else?
Why? Because it's elegant?
Partly, like, there's no nature. Like, it's a ship flying off the ground with fire in it, and it's just there's nothing nature about it. It's all the antithesis of nature, you know?
It's still gonna move. Tinka has information that you do not have.
Do I get this information?
This ship was stolen.
Oh, I knew that.
Yeah, that's why you have information that no one else has. This is not like they created this ship. It's very clearly something that they have requisitioned for their purposes.
Requisition, good word. Good fucking word.
It's like,
Leon's gonna like
spelling
make
bee.
eyes at Tide and be like, we need one of something like this. We you know how much faster we could get around with something like this?
It's easy to get one if you steal it.
when
It's
you
not
say
the
that,
same.
he looks at you, or they look at you.
She'll wink at it.
They smile. First time you've seen this person smile.
The hell is happening?
First time they've seen Tinka sober.
Mhm.
Jinx, I noticed there's a lot of books in here, Apollos.
There are a lot of books.
Oh no.
Someone immediately notices the books,
Okay,
ignoring all else in the room.
give me an investigation check.
Okay.
Someone no.
Yes! Yes!
Oh no.
I will touch another book.
14. Give me. I'm going to make you do this as a history check as well. See what you can recollect. If you don't remember it off the top of your head, I'll give it to you.
Oh!
Okay. The Enclave has the other book.
Wait, can I? Oh, I was gonna say. Sorry.
Oh yeah, yeah. The Enclave. You remember Faline talking about the fact that they said they had the other book. The
We looking for that book.
With your investigation, you don't see it.
You guys, I think I'm blind. Can somebody please help me look for a book?
No.
He's
Sit
gonna
down.
go over.
What does
drag
the
Sylvan
Enclave
over to the
person
stairs
say?
and sit her down.
As soon as you see that, he says that won't be necessary. You won't find it here.
Well, what book do you think I'm referring to? To what book do you think I am referring, good sir?
How ignorant do you think
Aileen
I
is
am?
sitting next to him.
Okay, someone sits down.
Thank you.
Just puts her hands in her lap defeatedly.
From everyone who got above a DC 10 in your perception, first thing you notice is Faline has a little bit of a disappointed face on her look. Otherwise, the room seems secure. It's like nothing.
You said
I was just gonna
disappointed
move
face
past
on
it.
her look.
Look on her face. Sorry. The room otherwise seems just kind of like normal, right? I think what Anna just pointed out or what Kiza pointed out as Anna is true. It doesn't seem particularly natural order, right? It does seem out of place for the Enclave to be using this kind of equipment. However, what Faline knows, what maybe she hasn't necessarily communicated is why. So we'll pause there at that. The High Warden says, let's get this underway, shall we? I've been brought up to speed, and we have much to cover. Before we dive into the meat of it, I understand from the discussion earlier and speaking more with Valine, that the party has been asked to take care of some kind of beast that's been terrorizing this town. Would you like for this to be handled by one of our teams, or is that something you would like to manage after this?
We can handle it.
Wonderful. They look at Silwen. Well then, now that that's out of the way, Faline tells me that this half-elf has been traveling with you for a while, and that she has died, and since come back, connected in some way to something other, something Faline called the Great Old One, an Arch-Titan. I understand as well this is perhaps akin to a leader or father figure of some sort to the source of the spreading corruption, and in some sense, perhaps these other minor titans. What did you call them? And he looks at Faline. Just Gratz and Rakdos. Ah, yes, the named demons as they were. These are the current beings who have come to our planet and have begun to wreak havoc. Is this correct?
It is the truth, High Warden, but it's not the whole truth. While there are certainly parts of that seem, quite ominous, the truth is also that the only reason she stands before you today is because of Tetris and the connection that I have with him, and that he allowed her to be brought back. The ways upon which she brought back are not necessarily she should be judged upon. Instead, I would encourage you to allow her to show with her actions how much she can help us.
Interesting. What do you suggest?
Well, as as I have been here, this whole time, I was here with Faylene. I felt I got a sense of what she was after. We also had a very brief meeting with, I believe you called them the Air Corps. Unfortunate as
Circle
that
of the Air
was,
Stewards, yes.
yes, we we are looking to end the corruption that we find in this world, just the same way that you are. Um, I myself am on a holy quest, as it were. We are trying to get our friend Viz healed. There's some blood mages. We are
Tinka's gonna kick him under the table as hard as she can.
what's huh? Look, we are trying to save the world.
They stand unmoved.
Wouldn't you rather stand on the side of what's good and what is going to save everyone? Wouldn't you rather help us? Think about how quickly we could move with this. And Leon's gonna kind of look around at the ship.
Certainly a boon. This is an interesting take. One I've actually considered, though I think there are still some unresolved issues with the way in which your group chooses to go about these tasks. Reckless. Would you agree?
There are certainly some times where we have led with our emotions, I will agree, but I think you will see when you look at the motivations behind our actions, they're always led by the wanting to help everyone. And if that has in the past led to some recklessness, well, perhaps we could use a little bit more guidance.
I see. Well, as altruistic as you would believe your actions, unfortunately that is not enough. It is not the belief that you are being selfless. It is the actions of selflessness. This has not been the case so far for this group. You have been more preoccupied, as I understand it, with your own individual intentions.
I'm not really sure what you're talking about. I've been trying to. I'm literally here to save the world, High Warden. These others, they might have some personal motivations, but generally they've been helping me out. Yeah, this one he's gonna point at Duzu. Look, he was gonna sneak away. Okay, I called him back in. This one, he's trouble. Okay, I'm just gonna be straight up on that one. This one, trouble. Okay, but he's just a hired guy. Okay, we pay him for his loyalty. Okay.
Mercenaries can be more loyal than anyone with individual preferences, shall we say. He looks to Silwyn and says, You're the one I'm most concerned with.
Little old me?
Do not play coy.
I do not play coy, sorry. I wish very much for this gestures to Red Eye to not be the case, but I am dealing with the reality, the hand which I have been dealt.
I understand this completely. We actually need to speak more about that. For now, perhaps a tactical conversation, or maybe even more strategic, if we may. I understand from Faylene that this Rakdos sounds to be the one that we have already heard report of. Large, red-skinned, great horns, and scythe. Yes, this is the one we are currently tracking east, and it's made its way from West Inahar, where I understand you began over the last few months, over to its sister continent, East Inahar. Our scouts last reported losing track of it just 2 days ago in the thick black of rising smoke from the mountains on the eastern side of the continent. And our scouts continue to search for it and will report back. As of yet, we're unsure what he's doing or what he's after. However, Phalen's original report, it seems, was that this demon did not immediately go to work as soon as being summoned, though after a few days we did receive reports from another group in the area who has since been also obliterated. Call it a hazard of the job. It's hard to determine as of yet what sort of work may be at play here, what the original intention was, especially that delay, strength gathering perhaps. But I also understand it was released in the midst of a ruin controlled by the female blood mage. This other figure Phalen had spoken of a few months ago. And I understand you've had multiple run-ins with blood mages, plural. But, looking at Sylvan again, you're the reason the archdemon, titan demon, whatever we want to call it, the Rakdos, exists here, correct? You read the words.
I'm not the reason.
Timothy's gonna pipe up and say he brought her in. She brought him into this. She said some magic words and opened up a seal that let him come through.
Honesty. Much appreciated.
If she had not done what she had, another would.
How do you know this?
It is the nature of all things to conflict. There is a war that has aged for aeons between order and chaos, and this is just the latest chapter. If she had not said the words, if she had not set him free, they would have found another vessel to do so. It is not about the battles that are lost along the way. It is about the war that is waged and how we need to have the right pieces at the end to win it. She is a piece that we will use to win it.
I'm just a cog in the machine. Someone claps for Leon's speech. Fuck yeah.
Make me a persuasion
God.
roll at advantage. Because that was good.
That was so good.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Yeah. You make valid points. I don't know that we have the ability to say one way or the other whether or not it would be Sylvan's doing or another's. I understand from Phalan that the words on the ground were some kind of runic version of Abyssal and a language not widely spread, but one that other individuals know across the plane. So you perhaps are correct. In fact, it seems to me that the truth of all this is that this Gratz figure even would have come to Kyrios regardless. It was by merely entering the palace that you found, that whatever arcane dispersion was there clearly allowed a gate to be opened. However, you've closed it, so this is not my worry. Otherwise, Gratz has been silent. We have no reports. There's been no sign or movement of any kind, though we will keep watch.
Now seems like a really good time to use Awakened Mind and send the imagery for Rule of Cool to the Enclavians about the demons and how big they are.
Just don't make Himothy see that again.
Not Himothy, just the Enclavians.
Okay. There's a few of them in the
Leon
room.
looks on in horror as he has just convinced them to leave her be.
Anna's head is in her hands.
Yeah.
I think his laugh.
You reach out with your mind, and it's this, the whispering voices that become image in the mind of the High Warden and a few of the others in the room. First thing you notice, both of the ones behind you drop to the floor immediately, grabbing their heads. The High Warden, however, seems to unflinchingly stand where he is, and looks at you and says, I see. You have more information. This is good.
At
Yeah.
that, Himothy's also going to pipe up and say, in the spirit of full disclosure with Rakdos as well, and relay the story of Elantari and like the shattering into all the different pieces, and say, it seems that Rakdos has come across one of those pieces, and that piece is embedded in Rakdos' scythe.
Oh, and by the way, there's a third. He's been here since the convergence. He works in the shadows, and he's responsible for generally every evil thought and deed that humanity has undertaken in the last 5 millennia.
He pauses, or they pause, at the thought of this source of evil. Takes a moment. Looks down and away from you, like they're trying to process everything. And after a few moments looks up and says, I wish I could say I was more surprised. However, from what I understand of my own religious studies, this makes sense. This was not the original intention or design of any of the planets that we know about. Perhaps not an aspect, however.
Perhaps not, High Warden.
Part of me wants to be concerned, however, the other part of me knows that our biggest issues currently are these titans that are active. Evil thoughts, evil exists. Perhaps the existence of this other demonic entity is less important for the moment. But good to know, thank you. I think, for now, Rakdos is the biggest threat. I would like to bring you in on a little bit of information, because I agree, looking at Leon. Ephelion, is that your name, correct?
It is how these people here know me.
Not entirely clear. What may I call you?
Aphelion is fine.
Weird
Lovely.
answer, bud.
Weird answer, but okay. I am inclined to agree. We are on, for lack of a better phrasing, the same team, though we operate separately. The Enclave not always above board. We make decisions based on necessity and what will advance the cause. You must understand that for a long time we operated in a very small capacity. A truly natural order. Our druids, our rangers, we stayed in the shadows of the forests on Sarsia. However, with the beginning of what evil had begun amassing even 50 years ago, we saw a need to change our perspective. And I believe that's what's happening now. Our perspective needs to change once again. We're talking about global order, and from my understanding with you, perhaps not just global, but universal.
Leon nods and makes like the sign of like his hands with like boom, like expanding.
Very well. We are amassing a large force to encounter the brute Rakdos and take it down. That is our current goal. That is where we are headed, and actually where we were headed prior to Valen's call. We'll be going after this. It is up to you whether or not you would like to participate and come with us. However, I understand you may have other goals, and that's okay. Though we should perhaps create some line of communication to ensure that we are on the same path. Long term.
Yeah, certainly. And Leon's gonna like nudge Tide and be like, "We see if he can drop us off at the fountain."
Put the ship in the bottle.
I can put the ship. Yeah, I can do that, but we'd have to go back to the ship. to get it.
We could ask them to have one of their teams take out the Hydra.
I think we should do that.
Yeah,
But I
think we
don't
should,
trust these people. Yeah, we know what they've done.
I just look. We've taken a lot of time to get Viz to the fountain, and a lot of bad shit has happened, and we need to start like fixing the bad shit. So like, if we could get them there sooner, that'd be a good thing.
They won't be able to just take us there, though. It doesn't work like that. They can get us closer for sure, but we need the ship to go the rest of the way.
Well, we could put the ship in the bottle. They're not wrong about that.
Yeah, we can do that. I'm just saying we
You
need
guys
to go
actually
do that.
trust the Enclave? Also, I love that he's just at the table with us, and I'm not trying to be quiet at all.
Yeah, and he's listening to all of this, just completely open, like nodding every once in a while. The thought of
Like, okay, yes, you guys must think about these
Uh,
things. Yeah.
But it's like
Leon's
they
just
want to
gonna-
make us out. They want to
Yeah,
make
he-
us out to be the bad guy when we defended our friend who they outrightly attacked. I'm not going to feel like a bad person
Let's
over
speak
that.
about that for a moment, if we may. The matter of the dragonkin and our slain companions. I do not want to appear callous, as life is important. However, I must say, without this series of events, two things would be true. First, it's possible that Rakdos would not have come into being. However, I am disinclined to believe that as the Blood Witch had already established a basin and commuting circle, that what we've just discussed, deductions being what they are, it would have come to pass regardless. However, it is unfortunate that still when it is your doing. Though I'm not placing blame at this juncture. I would caution you on doing the bidding of an archdemon, but that is neither here nor there.
I'm not going to do his bidding. I'm finding a way out of this contract.
Understood. We will keep a watchful eye to ensure this is true.
In fact, you're lucky that it was me who got this contract. Someone who wants to get out of it and can warn you about all of this. You should be so lucky. What if it was someone with far worse, nefarious intentions?
I am also inclined to agree. As I see it, I cannot say that anything is explicitly your fault, nor anyone's in this group. However, I also do see this as a strategic advantage that we now have. If this is true, and it seems to be, your connection to this outside source may be exactly what we need to get ahead.
Precisely.
With this information, we may be able to stay ahead of any misgivings and, again, not to appear callous about the loss of life. First thing you must know, looking at Tinka, the spread of corruption, it was not the intention or the goal of the Circle of the Air crew to, how did you put it?
Attack our friend. Yes.
Attack. As I understand it, they were merely trying to capture. That is not attack.
They were firing at him.
They fired nets, not guns.
Regardless,
Not
we did what had to be
regardless.
done.
You
And if you
murdered
want
an entire
assistance,
crew.
you will leave him alone.
We tried to talk about it. It just didn't work out
I
at the
didn't
time.
know what the
okay?
potion did when I threw it, to be fair.
We tried to talk. It
Didn't know.
yeah. I regret not trying more.
I don't regret a thing.
Admittedly, it was recklessness, as you pointed out, but I think with us working together and a little bit more, oversight and guidance, I think we'd be able to, be a little bit less reckless, a little bit more cautious in how we go about things.
Plus, it would just be helpful to have the right communication with you guys, so you guys know to leave us be. We could leave you alone. That way, no one has to worry about stepping on each other's toes. It was a miscommunication thing, that's all.
How many people died as a result of that miscommunication again?
Regardless, that
I want to know the answer.
11.
4 or 5?
11?
It was 11.
Or maybe 11.
How many
But
people
none
on
of
that
those 11
ship?
lives were
How
as
many
important
people...
as a dragon.
You say that openly.
Oh.
Absolutely.
Too late.
Dragons are almost extinct.
Your understanding of life and the preservation of life is very clearly warped, little gnome. You need to understand that what we are after is not your dragon. I could care less about an
I would
individual.
hope not.
I am, however, after what your dragon holds. We understand there was a corruption. At the time, we had no information on the source of the corruption. We needed to gather information. It's not our intention to kill this dragon. Your assumption of such proves your ignorance about the nature of all of humanity. It's quite self-centered.
Oh, I'm self-centered. We tried to talk to your crew before we killed them. They would not talk to us. They would not work with us. And you have the nerve to sit next to Faylene, who also didn't stop the Titan from coming in when they had the chance, didn't call you immediately after playing a role in killing her team members. You are just as blind and hypocritical as you claim I am. But you are choosing to look at what you want to see rather than the truth. Your team would still be here if they had cooperated with us when we asked them to leave.
And you are
Motherfucker,
silenced.
Get silenced.
It is clear to me that your friend is just as reckless as the rest of you.
Is it just her? How big is the silence right now?
It's a 20-foot sphere, but they can place it where they want to, so it's mostly just encompassing her. It's like off the side of the ship or to the edge of the ship. I understand emotions run high. This is not a game where we can be emotional. This is a tactical decision for the lives of many versus the lives of one. I am willing to let go the fact that a murder occurred through recklessness, call it what you may, misunderstanding, whatever it may be. However, that is unacceptable. And were it anyone other than us, perhaps you would all be punished by death, which is deserved.
But
We don't... Tinka can't hear this.
I thought you just couldn't talk.
Silence is can't hear or speak. You're just sitting in a bubble of
Love it
silence.
here. This seems pretty power gamey for the record.
Power gaming DM.
Yeah, power gaming DM with a
Ugh,
character
will we
with
stop at
spells.
nothing?
I know, ridiculous.
Fine, but like just keep going so I can go to sleep soon.
You can walk out of the sphere.
I don't care enough. I've already been shut down. It doesn't matter.
Our goals are aligned. I think we all know this. Whatever you need to ensure your dragon is safe, fine. If that's what you need now, that's fine. But after this, I'm inclined to agree with the half-elf looking at Himothy. Guidance, understanding, direction, and I think more importantly, resources. That's what we can offer.
Someone is gonna glare at powerful NPC man. Forgot his name. A powerful NPC. Someone is glaring at him. High Warden, excuse me. Just glaring at this point for what he did to Tinka.
Leon's just gonna be like, yeah, I think we should. I think working together is definitely the best plan here. I think if we pool our resources and work together, we can do the most good and solve the most corruption.
Great. We're in agreement then. He looks to Faylene. As for you, I'll not be continuing on with this fellowship. I believe we made a mistake in sending you along as a new steward. Your primary mission should have been focused on the protection of nature. That's what our early devotees are after. I'm aware that it was intended to be the safe nature of this satyr, nodding at Anna. However, this proved to be too great a task. Instead, you'll go with us for now, return to Sarsia after to continue your training, till such a time as you're ready. Consider this both your punishment and allowing the stewards to die on your watch. Well, this will also be your remediation. I trust this is fair. Faylene sees disappointed and a somewhat angry look, but she hangs her head and nods in agreement. Very well, you're dismissed. Report to the barracks for your assignment. And with that, you watch Faylene walk out. Last thing, as discussed, resources. If you are in need of anything prior to this next leg of your journey, you may have it. You have access to our armory and our staff artificer. We can even take you as far as you need to go. We move quite fast.
Do we want to take care of the problem of the town first, or do we want to just leave?
If it's really our fault that, like, I feel like it's our responsibility to help out the town. I don't want to really just leave it to these guys.
Yeah, when we were getting information, they said that they'd only really started to have troubles like within the last like month, which was like the same timeline as since when we released the guy, and they said something about maybe even like a portal.
Yeah, I would rather we take care of this. And then move on. Perhaps they can even wait for us and then drop us off closer to where we need to be.
Unfortunately, we will not be able to wait. If what you need is assistance, we can provide it. We can, as mentioned, eradicate it ourselves. Or we can leave you to do your bidding.
Wait, so you can't like wait for us to beat it and then take us where we need to go?
You want
can't
us to
wait.
just station here.
For like 6 hours?
We've deferred
You
it.
guys seem to be having a
crew
chill
could
time in
enjoy
town.
the town with the sweet rolls, you know.
Take a long rest.
He seems pretty sure. Like what
We-
you're asking is for us to change our directive. That's not how we operate. Right now, you have a choice: take it or leave it. You're on your own, or you're with us.
How long would it take for you to dispatch a crew to assist the town?
We could drop a crew off right over top, or perhaps use our own artillery just to destroy the creature.
Oh. Why didn't you just say so?
Well, I mean, I guess we could wait. We could help them do that, and then go back to the town, and then, like, can we do that? Like,
I'm not sure.
Well, my sword is
following
back
what
at
you're
the inn, so I
Of
do need to
course.
get that sword at some point.
Right.
We'd expect you to gather all your items. I understand you have a means of collecting your ship. That's fine.
It would take at least an hour to do that, just the ship alone.
Very well.
So we're looking at probably 2.
You see kind of like this disturbed look, like just fine. If that's what you need, that's what you need.
Nice.
Someone is going to use Awakened Mind to just send to members of the party. Only members of the party. Nice, we wore him down.
okay, so if we tell them about the thing, they have to dispatch a party, and we'll be part of the party they dispatch, so we can beat the thing, and then come back to town and get our ship that's been armored in the bottle, right? Like, is that gonna work?
Oh yeah, is our ship done being whatever it needs to be done being?
They've been working on it as you guys have been waiting. You don't really know. No one's checked on the status, but close probably.
I mean, I was there earlier. Could I have asked when I was there earlier?
Yeah, well, for kicks and giggles, I'll say like yes, you saw the blacksmith working on it. Seemed like it was coming along.
I mean, he was still working on it 45 minutes ago, or however long it was that I was there.
I might be too close. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Anything to get us away from Nixie faster sounds like a good idea to me.
I think if they're not done, then there's nothing we can do. We can't really interrupt them mid-construction. If they're done, then I'm good with being a part of the team. I would like to go... I'd like to go investigate the Hydra and take care of it, especially if if, like you said, there is some sort of portal, maybe there's more to the story that is linked to all of this. I think that's information that we should know, and we shouldn't just leave to other people.
Hmm.
I think we also made a promise to the townspeople that we'd take care of it. I think we have to stick by our word to them.
Oh, we'll be happy to give you credit.
It's not the credit that's important. It's the actions.
Yeah, Anna makes a weird face when he says that.
I've got to be honest with you guys. If this is the course you want to go, we can do it. But my primary goal is Viz, and this ship is the fastest way to get him there, and that's what we need.
That's what you say, Captain, then I'm with you. At the end of the day, you are the one that's in charge, and I think we should defer to the captain's choice.
I'm not saying we can't go. I'm just saying if it is a choice between one or the other, this is the one I have to make. So if there's a way to make both work, then let's do it. But if for some reason...
Doesn't sound like there is a way to make both work. We got to make a choice.
How about a vote?
Democracy.
For me, it's I kind of agree that it's at the end of the day, it's the captain's call. I've got my opinion, which I've stated, but if the captain wants to do something else, we'll do something else. However, I do kind of stand by, if the blacksmiths aren't done working on the ship, it would be unfair to put the blacksmiths in the bottle, and I don't want to leave something half done on the ship.
Oh, that should not be a problem. We can, as you're gathering what you need, we can dispatch some crew to assist. We can take care of repairs quite quickly. Have you seen the ship? It's quite large.
So there's no way for us to take care of what menaces the town, and you just still help us get where we need to go like that. There's no way to do both.
I don't understand why you need to do both. The problem would be taken care of.
But not by us.
Part of the problem with that is we don't know that the problem would be taken care of. If this just appeared out of the blue one day to against the townsfolk at approximately the same time that something was released, that sounds like a possible connection.
So what you're saying is you want to investigate?
Right. If we blast it out of the sky, we have no way of knowing if it will come back, if it won't come back, why it appeared in the first place. We lose all of this information if we just fly off right now, and these people could be dead in a week if that's the case.
We can kill it and allow you time to investigate if that's what you're concerned with. Whoever needs to investigate while the rest of your crew gathers your items, we can head there now. That's not an issue.
I feel like that seems fine, because we can't really investigate anything while it's alive and trying to kill us anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's. I mean, with their help, we're in a better position, and then we kind of do both, and then we're moving on. I guess that's kind of a
Right.
compromise.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think that sounds good to me.
Yes. Yes.
Here. Well, it's settled.
Aye.
Aye.
I
He'll
concur.
he'll call over some of the other Enclavians. Do you need to inform your crew of what to expect? Have them prepare. We can send message. One of you can go. Whatever is necessary.
Yeah, I'll go take care of it.
Lovely. We'll be back in a matter of probably 30 minutes, an hour, perhaps. Shouldn't take long. They escort you off. Dizzy separates, and the rest of the crew, you guys are getting ready to go off into this unknown. Into the unknown.
Into the unknown.
Watch
How
while
would
we
you do
work.
that to me?
I know. Well, it's a frozen wasteland,
Now
so
it's
it kind of
stuck
makes
in
sense.
my head. Why did you do that? I hate you.
you follow the ship, or well, I guess you're on the ship, so you follow where the ship is going. They very quickly like leave about half of their crew on the ground with the rest of the Reavers and Guild and Pride crew, gathering whatever is needed to get you guys going, while the ship putters off very quickly, very swiftly. It doesn't take long at all to find this lake that they were talking about, this frozen lake. From the side of the ship.
Before the ship flies off, can I grab Timothy's sword and bring it to him really quick? Or
Oh yeah, you should probably all go get your stuff.
Yeah, just 'cause I
Yeah,
don't
we
want him
probably
to show
go
up
back.
to the
Yeah.
thing. He can have
Yes.
the sword.
So retconning for brevity's sake, they collectively help you guys gather all your gear and then you head off. What you see when you get to this lakeside is kind of this frozen lake, and behind it, this bubbling volcanic lava.
Oh, a frozen lake?
Frozen
Sorry.
lake. Into the unknown. I knew it was coming, so that's why I did it.
Why did you do this? Why?
There are kind of signs nearby of where you may need to go to like search for this thing. There's not like an explicit location that says like big Hydra thing here. Instead, you kind of do see tracks, and you actually see some of the Enclavians on top of the ship, like scouting, figuring out what they can. And eventually, one of them points to a direction that kind of leads further into the forest, and then it almost seems like it goes underneath where the waterfall should be. They tell you have to disembark to try and like it's not going to be just as simple as like blasting this thing from the surface. There's a location that appears to be more like a lair. So they're happy to kind of like help escort you there if you want to go. You can, and then where they take you is to a map that I didn't put on here. Great. This.
You thought we'd just say, "Yeah, take care of the Hydra for us."
Well, no, I actually do have the frozen cavern. I don't have the picture of where the cavern should be. I was prepared for you guys to fight a Hydra. When it looks like a, basically, if you can envision with your minds and using theater of the mind, it's like this big frozen area with a hole that looks to be melted through. Like it originally was maybe a frozen cliff face, but has now since kind of become revelatory of this underlying area of what was once a structure. Inside the structure, you do see a Hydra sleeping. You and the rest of the crew. One of its heads, it does have 5 heads, though only 4 are depicted. One of its heads is awake and notices when you come in, and the rest of the Hydra awakens. And it is a Hydra, and not here's the sleeping version, kind of. And then the full version. Because you guys basically have like a half an army with you, I don't know that it's necessary to drop into initiative or anything for it. Everybody can kind of just blast away at it like you would expect. It doesn't take super long. It seems like at first some of the hits are not going through because of its hardened scales, but eventually it does kind of wear down. You do see over time as you've like cut off one head, as rounds progress, a couple more grow, and by the end, it's like 8 heads before the beast is finally dead, littering with many heads on the ground. But you do now see this interior space, which does look like it was at one time some kind of built up structure, which is strange because there's not supposed to have been buildings here, right? This is supposed to have been like a relatively deserted encampment. Like for the most part, everyone has only ever lived where the port is. However, this, once you kind of come inside, it looks a bit more just like a regular ruin. There are magma cores that kind of run throughout. Feel free. Where do you want to investigate? What do you want to look for?
First, check over the Hydra's corpse, I guess itself. Look for any like, I don't know, anything you can harvest, I guess, from it, or
Sure.
any sort of
Yeah.
things that might be over and around, stuff like that.
Grab me an investigation. Roll me an investigation.
Yeah.
What are these things?
Yeah. They appear to be like tapestries that have been hung, but like not rotted through, somehow preserved. Maybe perhaps just because they've been frozen. But they're pieces of what was one time some kind of interior hall. Very primitive. Sylvan looks for Hydra eggs. Give me an investigation, Sylvan.
I would just like to say I'm
Oh,
using
no.
my big College of Lore brain to assume that because this is a reptile, okay, it's not a placental mammal, right?
Should
There
be
must be
eggs.
eggs, right?
Dear
And we wanted to make sure that there wouldn't be more. So I'm looking to make sure that there are not more little baby Hydra eggs. Because if there are, my thoughts currently are that kill all but one, try to raise it as my own.
That's what I was waiting for.
That's kind of what I figured your thought process was.
That's what
No.
I figured your
Tinka
thought
has an
process.
egg. Sylvan wants an
What
egg.
would you name the baby
As
Hydra?
soon as you saw it looking for
It's not the
eggs,
worst
I
roll
was
I've ever
like,
rolled.
no.
In this room does not appear to be any particular eggs, but you do see kind of off to the right side of where the enclosure is, like a hallway kind of area. It's not like a manufactured hallway. This one looks like it was dug through. Kind of leads further into the ruin. Leon, you do notice the hardness of the scales. You could absolutely cut off some of the scales. They have big jagged teeth. I mean, it's a beast that could be harvested if you wanted to, for its resources. And actually, you see about the time that you're looking, some of the Enclavians are also doing that. They're kind of like going about kind of taking tokens, things that they're like, yeah, we got it.
Is there anyone in particular that looks like particularly skilled with it, like that he's like really knows what he's doing?
Yeah, for sure. Like one of them is very swiftly like ripping teeth out, and just putting on a strap.
Leon's
and
gonna be
wearing
like, "Look, man, you look like you really know what you're doing, and I've never done. Can I like give you a couple gold, and can you do a bit of this for me?" So,
Heck
you
yeah.
know, all right,
Absolutely.
Leon will toss a couple gold at him so he can like harvest for him.
I love this. A couple
Yeah, if
gold
we
for
could have
just
some.
yanking stuff.
we could
Hey,
have
do you
some
want
Hydra
to come
scales,
with
that'd
us,
be great.
Mr. Harvest?
Where? We'll go with you where?
To the
Just in general.
next to save days. We could use someone to help us carve things.
Hey man, if I can carve stuff, I would love to carve stuff. Let's do it. For sure.
Yeah, we got a new NPC guy.
No,
gotta carve
understand. Like it's been. Oh my god! I say, how many sessions has it been since Bridget took an NPC? It's been a minute, hasn't it?
There haven't
Yeah,
been many
gotta
to
get
take.
accent.
This guy.
I just didn't want to get
That's your
Leon's
boy.
hands there. I'm sorry. Jeez. Okay.
Well, no, this is good. We can get fangs
Do we
and
just-
scales, and we
Do we
can
just
offer
trade
some
one
to
enclave member for another?
but
Are we
an
doing?
NPC. Seems that way. Yeah, he's just like tearing into this thing. You do see he has like a filleting knife, and he's like actually filleting off like whole sheets of the scales, and he's like, I bet you this will make some cool ass armor.
See,
Yeah,
this guy, he knows.
I was thinking too.
Hell yeah, man.
What's your name, buddy?
It's Brandon.
Brandon. All right.
Brandon.
My most
Brandon.
recent ex's
And-
name. This is
and-
fun.
Oh no, it's
And grab some of
it's
them
Pietrick.
fangs too. You know, make sure you
Oh,
grab
yeah,
some
let's
fangs.
grab some fangs. We can turn these into blades, man. Have you ever tried to put a fang on the side of a dagger so it becomes like a triple-sided pointy object? You kill some stuff and then like poison some stuff if it still has poison. I don't know, are things poison?
You're doing great, Brandon. Keep it up.
Yeah, Brandon. Hey, Brandon, do you know what's that stuff called again? Silver leaf or what's it called?
Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go.
Oh no.
Bramdom. It's Bramdom. Bramdom.
Oh, Bramdom.
I think we
My
got
name's
some
Brandon.
guys. Let's go Bramdom.
Because it's random.
Okay.
I don't
Oh,
know.
Who's gonna fall in love with this one? Shame.
a country boy in a desert to fall in love. Um, yeah, they're absolutely fakes and stuff. He kind of like just collects a bunch of it, and you do see a couple of the other guys doing the same thing, like harvesting. This dude is way more skilled than everybody else. He's getting like whole sheets off that could easily like be put together, like dried and put together as like, oh yeah, I can make some cool ass pants out of this, man. You thought about wearing some hydro pants?
I have now.
Hydro pants? I'll hide your pants.
Honestly,
Yeah,
anything you harvest, Anna can probably help us with.
Oh hell yeah,
we
let's do
could
that.
probably make some hydro pants for sure.
Hydro
I can
pants.
definitely make hydro pants.
I love that. Listen, hydro pants sounds like a great band name. You start a band.
Hide your
Don't tell
pants
that
or
to the
hide your
High Warden.
pants?
Yes,
Is it hide your pants or hydra pants? I'm so confused.
exactly. Hydro pants from the hydro pants.
Exactly. All right, this is a good guy, guys. Okay, how do we get custody of you? Or do you just say you're coming?
We
with us?
have to talk to the High Warden. I'm sure he'll be okay with it. I mean, you guys just have.
I'm not
We
going to
get
talk to the High Warden.
custody?
Somebody else can talk to the High Warden.
I understand that dude's intimidating. I don't really like him that much. It'd be great to get
That
off the
dude's
ship.
a piece of shit.
Tell me about it. I hate that guy's guts. I can't say that in person
that
though. Please don't tell my boss.
No, you're good. No, we're not
All
going
right,
to.
Brandon, we gotta look. We gotta look for a portal, but we'll see. We'll see about just load all that stuff up
Yeah,
on the
all right,
the ship for us. Okay.
Hell yeah, man! He starts like wrapping these giant logs worth of like scaled skin. Yeah.
All of them are having that conversation. Timothy's gonna look around and see if he like has any suspicion that like the runes are here because of something like the convergence, and figure out like, is this really from here or is it from elsewhere?
I need you to give me two things. First and foremost, an insight. Secondly, an arcana.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the Arcana, but I did not know there were runes here.
Yeah, I mean you can do arcana as well if you want to.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Timothy, you don't see much. You don't see much. Don't really gather much. The ruins
You're doing
are
great, Timothy.
yeah. The ruins are best you can tell. They just look
Ruins.
really old. Yeah. I'll say even with a 6, they don't look like the same kind of ruins you just came from with the Aethagora. It's like slightly
Oh, you
different.
said ruin.
Ruins, not ruin. Ruin. The
Oh, I
ruins.
thought- I was
Boston
thinking
Bruins.
RUNES.
Oh.
I was looking for rune.
Oh,
Can we
ruins.
stop with the
Okay.
homophones? For the love of God.
I love homophones. Yeah, the ruins, they architecturally they're different. They are much more primitive. You can't really tell what, like it's still a stone enclosure and everything, but like what the Aethagora looked like it was before its time. This is almost like what you would expect from somebody who was progressing in early adaptations of like their own economy, I guess. trying to figure out, they were primitive folk, but it is still like pretty nice stone architecture. Tinka, the Arcana check that you do, what you notice is first and foremost, like to have a Hydra live in this kind of place, it has to be a magical beast in some kind of capacity, because it's not designed to live in cold scenarios like this, nor is it designed to live in hot scenarios. It's like a cold-blooded animal. It needs to be able to regulate as much as it can. So like maybe the fact that it found this like space between is kind of like the perfect place for it to have resided. I'm sorry, I just Dave Matthews myself.
Oh my God.
Wondering what happened.
The space between as they're kind of like
Spoke himself.
like cutting through it. I did. It's been a long. I haven't eaten in like, I don't know, 2 days, so I'm ready to go.
What the
we-
fuck?
Date?
Why?
It's all day today and most of the day yesterday.
We fasting?
Unintentionally.
Okay.
We can talk about it after the fact. As they have uncovered more of this monster, like its internals, like these heads have been lobbed off, right? That's kind of like what has happened. You have gathered the magical nature of this is some kind of regenerative magic, and it's strange that like a creature carries magic inside itself. You've known that there are some that do, but for one to be able to do so is not necessarily commonplace. It usually is inspired or brought on by some kind of other arcane thing. Do you go investigate the actual Hydra itself? Are you looking for anything in particular?
After the blood thing, I think is gonna yell out to Tide, "Hey, try and get some blood in vials. This could be helpful."
Ooh, love that.
And then I know the skin has been taken, which is pretty gross. And the teeth have been taken, which is pretty gross. I think if Tinka did anything else, she would want to roll an investigation to see if there were any townsfolk victims here and if they had any treasure.
Awesome. Yes. Roll me investigation.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
You absolutely, you see, and in fact, you've noticed kind of like a couple bodies littered around. There are some that do look more like the Yorvikar or the people who are from Stormwatch, but there are also and it, maybe just because you're like looking into the ice a little bit as you're searching, you do see kind of like still tucked away in some of the icy crevasses, remnant of like undecayed bodies, still completely intact, frozen in whatever kind of form they were in when they died. They do not look to be chewed on or anything. They are just completely intact. Some of them are wearing armor, some of them robes. The armors that they're wearing, best you can tell, are like still kind of relatively primitive. They're not like, they don't look super well put together. But it seems like something tried to fight it once before, and it was probably a long time ago.
Ah, I see. Okay, well, not the frozen corpses, but the corpses that are not under ice. I'll just check the pockets real quick.
Okay, you run the pockets. Yeah, I mean, you find mostly
good looking for remnants to bring back to the townspeople for them to remember these people by, right?
Absolutely, for sure. That makes total sense.
Absolutely. Good explanation.
I'll run your pockets.
Keep getting that blood, Ty.
Yeah, you find certainly little tokens and trinkets and the kind of stuff that they would have probably carried on them. You find like a couple knapsacks of what you would expect to be on like a hunter. You find bows in good condition for the most part. A couple of them that have been like snapped, and there are like a lot of bodies here, pieces of bodies here. This town, you gather as you're searching, probably was a lot more people. The fact that there are only a few of them left, like 13 of them left, is disconcerting with the amount of, we'll call it fresh flesh, in this location. Mostly Namdon flesh. But 8 heads, or 5 heads when you started, probably had to eat a lot.
Right. So probably just grab the tokens to give back to the innkeeper so they can figure it out. And then anything like jewelry or money goes into Tinka's pocket for later distribution purposes.
Sure. You don't really find any gold or anything like that. What you find as far as like jewelry on these people is mostly like, it looks like handmade kind of stuff, leather straps and like carved bone. Some you find like a relatively nice, maybe like silver necklace on one of them that's pretty well tarnished. Awesome, pretty well tarnished. It needs a little work to get it back to good, but it's not in bad condition. It's just dirty looking. As far as like valuables goes, probably like one of them has a locket. Call it a locket.
These are all so sad. She doesn't want to take anything anymore. She's just collecting tokens to give back because this is so sad and not worth anything.
Yeah, I mean, these people, you got to keep in mind, like, this is a continent that's relatively untouched. It's not highly traded with. They have gold, and it's from trade, but, like, it's not stuff they would carry with them into the woods to go hunting. They probably don't need that stuff on them. Anna, where you are with the tapestries, they're still in pretty good condition. You do see some kind of like strange patterns in them that appear to be depictions of other beasts, like deer and bear and that kind of stuff, but like pretty primitively sewn together and put in. You do find one of them though that has a depiction of the Hydra.
So these are kind of like they look like pieces of something larger, right?
They look like it. They're basically on looms still. Looks like they were being worked on.
Okay.
some of them are like hung up next to where they would have probably been crafted. You do find like remnants of sewing gear and that kind of stuff on the floor below.
Sewing and weaving are two different things.
Okay, weaving things.
Okay.
Just want to make sure that we're talking about the right things.
Weaving.
Yeah,
Apollos.
it
That's
is,
really
they're
important.
very
They're
different. It's
They're
very
different
different.
tools.
Yeah, come on,
Apollos.
Apollo's very different.
Sure.
Come on.
Give him a
They
break.
legitimately are.
No, I didn't
He's
know
a
that's
man.
Hey, textiles.
I did
They're all
history
the
in
same.
school.
How well did you do, though? I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
A
I think
3.2
It's his
GPA. I did
major.
okay.
Hey,
and I
that's-
went
that's
into
pretty good.
technology because I can't get a
Hey.
job.
For the record, this is not the first time I've had this conversation with the DM, and that's very funny to me. Because one time I was like, my character's just gonna do a little embroidery, and they're like, all right, do you have weaving tools? I'm like, why would I need that?
Fucking, do you have weaving tools for embroidery?
just say like, do you have the appropriate tools? I need to start being more vague.
Why would I need a loom and a weaving coat
I
thing?
gotta get ready for work, guys.
All right, man. Sounds good.
Oh shit.
Catch up.
Bye.
Silwyn, you start heading down this tunnel. Are you like trying to navigate into it? Or are you just kind of looking?
I'm going down. Like fuck everybody else's conversation. I just dipped. I'm looking for those. I'm looking for Hydra
Looking for
eggs.
some
I'm on a
eggs.
mission.
Yeah. It kind of goes down a 50 or so feet and then it curves around. It looks like it's not like a direct input. It was again something that was dug out maybe. You do eventually enter into this. I don't actually know that I have a depiction of this. I do not. What would equate to basically a cave. This interior cavern. You do see like more bodies on the ground. It seems like it probably traversed the two. Give me a perception.
Perception. I don't like that very much. I'm supposed to be looking for things, Apollos. This doesn't bode too great.
Well, perception being like a scan of the area versus like I'm searching with my fingers.
Wait, hold on. I hit the wrong thing. I'm an idiot. I just did what I believed was right.
We can do an investigation too. No, with your perception, like at first glance, it's a lot of the same kind of just like natural cavern walls with ice dripping down. It's more frozen in here. It's colder. With your investigation, like your perception is kind of like, where do I start? With your investigation, you kind of just like start traversing the interior of this cavern, and it's a couple 100 feet wide. I mean, it's large enough to fit this creature and probably then some. And you walk around one rocky piece, and you do find what appears to be remnants of some kind of nest. In the nest,
No.
in the nest are more bodies. It doesn't look like there are any eggs.
Oh, that's even worse. Oh no. Oh no. Looking around. Oh my god. Oh god. I'm looking. Are there any other baby hydras? Do we see any baby hydras?
Not with your perception.
Hiding. Oh my Jesus. No.
Okay, so this is where she dies, right?
Oh god.
The late D4s have stacked up. This is where we roll them.
Horrified by the nest with nothing inside. I freeze. I slowly start to descend back the way I came, or leave back the way I came. Take it, just going straight, following my path back, like the sand people, one by, to hide my numbers.
Oh, are you doing the sand dance?
I'm following back in my own footsteps, trying to walk back out of there.
So.
No, why did the music change? Apollos?
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask a question about the tapestry, and then the music changed.
Oh please, let's go tapestry.
Yes.
So these are old, but they look like they're still being worked on. Yet the Hydra's involved. Does that mean that it kind of means that they were dealing with the Hydra when these were being made? Can I tell when they were being made?
Anna has a proficiency in history, right? Like you have like a particular.
I'm a nerd. Yeah.
You're one of those book learned folk. Roll for me. Let's call this a history. It may technically be something else, but for kicks, I think it makes sense.
It was almost an 18,
Oh,
and then I
man.
rolled onto a 2.
Hard to tell. It's hard to tell. I think mostly what you've just kind of surmised yourself is probably about all you get. Like, it's clear that they were aware of the beast then. You don't know exactly, like, it probably wasn't living here then. Is now.
But yeah, so it looks like they were made here, though?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are like remnants of what this probably had, like, at one point was maybe an interior room or a hall of a larger structure. You do see like bits of timber kind of around. It doesn't look like everything here was like stone carved. It makes sense that some of that stuff might have I don't know, been destroyed through fire or whatever, but these couple pieces of tapestry are still remaining.
That's really weird. All right. Because, like, this doesn't look like somebody's house, you know? What kind of building was this where they were weaving things? Because half-finished weaves aren't put on display in, like, a grand hall or anything like that, you know?
Not necessarily, yeah. I mean, like, correct. That is correct. Yeah.
Are there any other indications of what this place was?
Not really at this point. I mean, like, you do see where like this magma has been erupting through and creating new surfaces, float over stuff. It's like new rock. Doesn't have a whole lot of indication of what outside of that it might have been.
Okay.
Silwyn. Oh no. I was kind of hoping you forgot about me.
Yeah, no, of course not. You are backing your way out slowly, paying attention. Need you to make for me a dexterity saving throw.
How can I do the 3?
As you're stepping backwards, you're not paying attention to the ground below you, and your foot catches on a piece of rock that has kind of been jutting out with a little bit of ice below it, and you fall to the ground and hit your head. You take... let's just do this in game.
Seriously, I hit my head?
Yeah. That was a bad roll. 2 points of damage. And you look up. And staring at you from the ceiling above, looking down with cold intent. An icicle. And that's what we're going to call it for this session.
I hate you! Oh my god! Icicle! Oh my god!
Hey, we don't know if it's gonna fall. Those things are sharp.
They're dangerous.
Oh my god!
And you're staring at it with eyes open.
Oh
That's
my God,
dangerous.
I mean,
baby
I don't know if you've ever seen that episode of Grey's Anatomy, but you can get fucked up by an icicle.
Impaled. I said cold intent. Wait, what are you... Trying to give indication.
Yeah, I caught that. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
All right.
It was good times. Yeah.
It was good times. Always fucking over the party, making them scared. Great times.
I like messing with you guys. I think this is one of the first times I've actually done a fake out like that, though.
That's true. Normally you fulfill.
No, it
And
doesn't.
he showed up with a sky ship full of elfish mercenaries for this one. So
one of whom is the worst.
Yeah.
The worst.
The worst.
Fucking asshole. That's fucking Tinka's new job. She's gonna kill him. She's gonna find a
way to kill the Enclave leader.
Absolutely. And the second they get away from them, I got a plan.
Well,
I have a feeling that the Enclave is going to kill us as soon as whatever is resolved with the demons and the Abyss and all that. I have a feeling as soon as that's resolved, the Enclave's just going to kill us.
That's crazy. Why would you think that?
Why would you possibly think that?
We got Bramden on our side. Come on.
Yeah, Bramden. Bramden.
That's true. We got Brandon. I appreciate Brandon harvesting scales. I'm gonna use.
We got 2 new hashtags added today too. We got hashtag the creepy one, and then what was it? Hashtag let's go Bramden.
Hashtag the creepy one.
Did you not see that I put that hashtag
I did see when you did that. Yes, I did.
Yeah. It's canon now.
It's true.
You designed a canonically creepy character. Look at her.
I didn't design her to be canonically creepy. She died and came back. I didn't design that. I sort of asked for it, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say asking is kind of designing.
Okay, it's
I kind of wanted it. You were the one who chose the great old one.
Some advice about
I never asked
for this. I just stole it.
Okay, you know what?
I just sort of put myself in a position for it to occur.
I take responsibility.
Well, if it's not the outcome of your action.
I do, because otherwise, if I don't take responsibility, then I can't take credit for saving the entire party.
And what if Leon hadn't used his wish,
You're welcome, by the way.
Then what would have happened?
No, you all would have died. You all would have died. You all would have died if I didn't sack myself. So I have to take responsibility if I want to take credit.
You say sack yourself?
Yeah, sacrifice.
Yeah, I sacked. I self-sacked.
You made it sack though?
Self-sabotage.
Like sack. Okay, well, it's like.
Hey, Dilly, one question real
I'm
quick.
Hume. What?
What's a sack in football? No cheating, chat.
It's when you tackle somebody with the ball and they go down.
That's just called a tackle.
Why would they tackle someone without the ball?
Why do you do this to
me? It's when they tackle the wideout after he catches it, right?
We have a month until preseason and 2 months till NFL season, so get ready for more football trivia.
Okay, please. Okay, can you make
in
me flashcards?
1964, who was the left running back of the Los Angeles? I don't remember who it was back in 1964.
64.
You know who got the most sacks in 1964?
Rams, wasn't it?
Nobody, because they didn't count it until like the 80s or the 90s or something like that.
Huh. I don't know sports facts.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, thanks, Bridget, for doing that to me. Really appreciate it.
Weekly now, or bi-weekly, I guess. I'll make sure to have one, so start doing your homework. You got to be able to name at least 5 Niners by the end of the season to call yourself a fan.
Jerry Rice.
No, all you got to do, Jilly, just remember these, is Brandon Ayuk gonna play at the start of the season? That's all you gotta say, okay?
Is Brandon Ayuk gonna play at the start of the season?
There you go.
I don't know.
That's all you gotta do for the next 8 weeks, okay?
She said Ayuk.
Just learn how to pronounce the name, and you'll be good for the next 8 weeks until the season starts. That's all you gotta say, and you'll get any 49ers fan talking, okay? That's all you gotta say.
Okay. Can I just say, is Brandon gonna start the season?
Well, you gotta know who's gonna say Ayuk, or if you just say Brandon, it'll be like, who? Brandon? But if you say like Ayuk, they'll know who you're talking about. Yeah, Brandon Ayuk. Yeah.
Brandon blah blah.
Okay. Teach me one more thing I can say so I can pretend to pass for sports knowledge.
Oh,
I'm definitely not gonna use this.
McCaffrey doesn't get hit by the Madden curse. There you go. There's your second talking point. You hope McCaffrey doesn't get hit by the Madden curse.
McCaffrey doesn't get hit by the Madden curse.
There you go. Yeah.
What's the Madden curse?
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Googling what the Madden curse is.
The irony of hooing either Christian McCaffrey or John Madden.
Of the yearly Madden edition, and normally the person on the cover of the yearly Madden edition gets hurt and has a shitty season.
Dude, shut up. That's not gonna happen. He just got married. He got married yesterday. He can't get injured.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying that that's gonna happen. I'm just saying that he's on the cover and there's a curse.
If it happens, I'm taking it out on Leon, and you did this to yourself.
Taking it out in character. Leon dies.
Well, if I take it out on Ball, that's illegal.
That's illegal. That's assault, brother.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, team. Appreciate you all. Good
have a good one.
I don't want the session to end. I'm sad. Okay. Well, this was really fun.
Icicle next time.
Yeah.
I don't want to get destroyed by the icicle.
Next time we have Silwan kebabs.
No.
It would be rancid.
Definitely
Good
be a
night.
little
Great
funky.
session. Apollos will
Alright.
most likely kill me in the morning.
Correct.
Well, you didn't die this one. I was impressed.
I truly thought this was the end. Next session, he'll kill me. I know he will. One of these days, when he's gonna lull me into a false sense of security, he's gonna make me believe that everything is fine, and that'll be the one where he's like, "Now that you finally feel like I'm not trying to kill you, today's the day you die."
Dead. The return of Gratz.
Who's going to be doing that? The DM or Himothy?
Maybe
You
you
know,
can-
it might be Himothy at this point. I don't know what you and Apollos are concocting. OC.
We don't talk anything else.
OC as fuck. I don't know what's going on in Himothy's private channel. Don't act like you don't have one. We all have one.
Does anyone use that?
I use mine. Oh, okay.
I use
Fuck.
mine. Yeah.
Alright, cool.
Yeah.
I just treat my DMs as my private
right.
one. I don't
yeah,
need them.
no,
I
mine
know.
is empty.
Yeah, I think I've talked to pretty much everyone in there at least once, maybe. Nope, that's not true.
I used mine once to say Tinka is the best.
No, mine is literally empty.
Yeah, so is James's. I think I've posted
You
like historical stuff in there, or like random details from. Yeah, I don't know. DMs are usually where it's at.
Yeah, DMs is usually where. Yeah.
That one in Wake and Mind conversation, whenever there's something, I just put it in that channel for posterity. Like, where I'm like, if the pain ever gets too much, I'll grant you release. Do not come near me.
That was funny.
Shit was- Oh, God.
Thank you for the game. It was
Thanks,
great.
everybody.
Mm-hmm.
See y'all again in a couple
Thank
weeks.
you. See you in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Bye.
Wait, did you say 3?
A couple.
Couple.
2 weeks.
Two.
Couple, like two.
Normal.
You know?
Back to normal
like a
scheduling every
couple.
other Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright,
Bye.
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 Later.
Appreciate your chat. We'll do it again soon. Have a good one.